Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. We got ourselves another one of our Corrupted Cyber Arthurians here. This here is Merlin. We'll just say he's Nasty Merlin. There's Nice Merlin. So right there we got Nasty and Nice Merlin. We're going to have the orange glow like we've been doing on all of our other Corrupted Cyber Arthurians here. You can see a little bit of a preview what that's going to look like. Here he is. Well, there you go. So it's basically going to look like him. Got the grays and kind of greenish grays over here. Subdued. Actually, there's a little bit of brown in some of those as well. Got his cloak there. Got a little bit of freehand. Either Landras. So Landras, glad that the movie show was good. Sorry you didn't get your special cup there. But look at here. I'll show you all the sheets on these. But yeah, we got ourselves... it's kind of hilarious. Remember I said this was printing out last night, so we have a smaller version of this now. Hey there, Dark Horse. Hey there, Wolfenstein. We also have our first of our bird brain sculpts right there. So yeah, we got a whole bunch of these. Whole bunch of these babies. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. So great to see you there, Wolfenstein. So again, we're doing the Nasty Merlin, because we got Nice Merlin here already. So here we go. It's going to be lots of orangey glows. Nice to see you again there, Ugla. So, Dark Horse, I hope that you're doing well. And, of course, last night, what did we paint? We painted up this bad boy right here. That was super fun. Again, that's one of our Compass Rose Universe ships there. Okay, that's making stuff fall all over the ground. That's fun. Let me move some of this then. So hello to Dad there, Wolfenstein. So hopefully he's doing fantastic. Well, hopefully you're doing good there too, Wolfenstein. So Nurgle Matthew, I hope that everything also is going super fabulous there. So Dark Horse, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead. Let's do this. Thanks, Google. Appreciate that. Let's see now. Actually, Dark Horse, did you get a chance to see the Wapelius Spellbrush figure? The new Cyber Wapelius Spellbrush? That was super fun. I really enjoyed the heck out of that one. And I'm hoping that on our Saturday stream that we can do this one right here. So this is one I've been looking forward to for a while. This would be the corrupted version of Lady of Shalott. Our Onion Lady, our Lady of Shallots there. So again, this is the corrupted version of Merlin, again from our Cyber Theory universe. So we did the board game versions of him a while back, maybe like 3 weeks ago or so on this. I think maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago we did the nice version of him. Let me see if I can... I think I can grab this for you. Here you go, Dark Horse. So there he is. There's the new Cyber Wapelius. Look at it in his buddy Cad. And that obviously goes along with, I think you saw the new Cyber Kathy, right, Dark Horse, and Cyber Jiro. So yeah, there's pictures of that up on the Instagrams right now. And of course, the stream is also up there. It's on the YouTubes, so you can check out the live stream there. Orangey stuff. More orangey stuff over here. Let's go a little brighter. Let's add some of this. I'm going to try some of that. See what happens here. Nice to see you there, Camda. So, yep, Wolfenstein, that's his little buddy Cad, and it goes all the way back to where is the original figure here. Goes all the way back to the original one from 6 years ago. See, there's his little buddy Cad, and now we have Cyber Wapelius. We've done many different Wapelius Spellbrush figures over the years. I think we're on like number 6 now, right, Camda? So check this out, Camda. We've got all of our small ships. So this is what we were painting in 2D last night. But there's the toad. And actually I'm printing, I think, 3 more of these Camda so we can do different squadron insignias. So there's the Hellhound right there. And there's the Mastiff. There's the Argus. Where's the so there's the Spectre right there. Oh, and this of course first of our Siri Republic figures right there. I've got another one, a full figure printing out now. So that's cool there, Wolfenstein. So hopefully Dad is doing real good there, Wolfenstein. Of course, Camda, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go. Actually, Cam, did you get the chance to do your stream? So Camda, they were. I'm tempted. Well, I printed it again at the same size. A couple of them I might print a little bit bigger. I might actually go bigger on, say, the Argus and maybe even on the Hellhound there. Let me do more of our sourcey light there, and then we're going to start putting our darker reds on here too. We got the Perline Crimson out here. We're going for Nasty Merlin. We're breaking out the big guns like the Puro Orange and the Perline Crimson. That's fantastic there, Wolfenstein. And again, well, Dad can probably hear me say hi, but we want to say hi to Dad, of course. That's got a whole bunch of something on there. Don't know what that is. Let me grab this. Some of the white here. And let's do some really light stuff down in there. So we're not doing, we're doing our own stuff there, Wolfenstein. All of these are my own sculpts. Yeah, we're done for a while doing other people's stuff. We're doing all our own stuff here, because it is way more fun, right, Camda? That is absolutely a blast, getting to paint your own stuff. Yeah, let's put some more of this over here. Let's do some of this. So that's it's going to start getting glowy. Oh, jeebus, how do we not do the bottom of this? So Nurgle Matthew, here's hoping everything goes fabulous with you too. Did I get the? Nah, I can go a little more on that too. All right. Let me get some of this taken away here. A little more orange. Like so. Alright, now let's get out our... We have a Perline Crimson sitting there. I needs me a bigger brushy here. I think some of them are hiding over here, aren't they? Yep, some of you guys are hiding down here. Give me some of these guys. Like that. Perline Crimson. And this is all Series 6 of it. The Puro Orange is all Series 7 of that. Like I said, we're breaking out them big guns, right, Landrast? Now, Landrast, were you going to be hanging out just at the Casa there, or is it maybe one day at Game Castle? Of course, if Mario and the lads are there, hello to everybody. So he did actually get, yeah, Camda. I had to send off that box to Kathy's sister for her birthday. Yeah, and of course I got stuck by a train. The train, it was not a long train. The train was going along, then it stopped, then it started going backwards, then it stopped again, then it started going forwards, then it stopped. I thought it was going to start going backwards again, and then it started going forwards again. Then it just stopped for like 20 minutes and just sat there. And there was a part of me that was very, very much thinking about hopping in between the cars. just to get through there because, well, I'm walking, so I'm on foot. Ultimately, it stopped again with about 3 cars shy of the intersection or the crossing. So your place tonight. So basically, I found out what it's like to walk on ballast. Now, I knew the ballast was going to be kind of loose, and that ballast, just note to all you young players out there, yep, that ballast is very loose. So you're going to want to wear some sturdy footwear if you're trying to walk in train ballast. And of course, I'm basically passing right behind the last car, and I'm like, well, I better do this real quick, like just in case he has a notion to start backing up again. So that was real interesting after like not sleeping all night at 9:35 in the morning. So yeah, if anybody wants to do the old hobo days of riding the rails, be my guest. You might only be riding them for so long because you might end up under the tracks there. So Wolfenstein, you might be able to, what is that called? Eldritch Foundry. Yeah, you might be able to make an STL file of that on Eldritch Foundry. That would be my suggestion. It's funny, Camden, because we've all hated that train for the entirety, all the decades I've lived here. We have hated that thing. It's Eldritch Foundry there, Wolfenstein. It's a T. Actually, Cam, if you don't mind, if you could just spell it out for Wolfenstein there. So it's Eldritch Foundry with a T. That is a TCH Foundry. There you go. So yeah, Wolfenstein, you do that, and then you can print out the file. Now, will you be able to make the exact thing? Well, you never know, but there's quite a few controls in there, Wolfenstein. Now, there's a bunch of controls. I think I was actually able to make a Wapelia Spellbrush figure on there. That was one of the many Wapelia Spellbrush figs we paint. I wouldn't know there, Wolfenstein. Yeah, that's not the kind of thing I would ever do on a mobile. I only do that on the computer. My guess is that would not be the easiest thing to do on anything besides a computer. I wouldn't. Also, not sure you want to be doing that on Wi-Fi, because that's probably. Wouldn't you say it's a bit of a resource hog there, Camden, as far as your internet bandwidth goes? It's not the fastest loading site ever. So yeah, that's my suggestion is you just do that on the computer. More of a, I mean, there's nothing terribly earth-shattering about this. We're just gonna get all of our nice dark reds down in here. Then we're gonna start getting some of our non-source light stuff going here too. I think we're pretty much covered on all that. Yeah, looks like we are covered on that stuff. Let me get that cleared out. Need me another one of my filbert style brush. You know, I might just use this one here. Alright, we need some stuff that is... Oh, I guess we'll get maybe a little bit of our Van Dyke brown. I think we'll mix up something. We'll mix up something here. Maybe even throw some of that in there. That's going to give it a little bit of a greenish tinge. There you go. And now we'll just start to chuck some other stuff in here. Maybe this here stuff. It's going to have kind of a weird greenish effect there. Nice to see you there, Conrads. Camden, again, I'm glad you're able to get a lot of that stuff figured out. Uh, After the stream, I spent at least 20 minutes with the folks at Amazon trying to figure out what was going on with that new Anker battery backup thing, because of course it was all messed up. It's a good thing that I actually, with the assistance of GPT, went in there and said, okay, what is going on with this thing? So great to see you there, Conrads. Appreciate you being here as always. Now, actually, Camden, you guys got to be getting close. Are you guys getting close to 140 there, Camden? Or did you already hit your 140? I don't know if you already got your 140 or not, but you got to be getting close. That's for sure. Whoa, that's a little too much of the light stuff there. Let's maybe back off of that a little bit here. Again, there's nothing super fancy about this. It's for pretty simple, basic stuff. This side over here, you can see very much grayed down. That side is warmer. Also, very much a grayed down color too. So 138. Okay, I figured you had to be getting there. So Conrads, I hope everything is fabulous, like always. And we'll probably get maybe a little bit of orange in there too. Whatevs. Now we're going to probably hit this with some of our just regular old darks here. Alright, get rid of some of this stuff here. And again, last night on stream, we painted up this right here. That's one of our fabulous Compass Rose Universe ships. Oh, look at that. There it is. It's pretty wild to see this, right, right, Camden? I mean, it's just like, wow, that's super. And now we also have this version. We got an even smaller version. So this is kind of the official game version right here. Yeah, so that's going to be very fun. Let me move this out of the way. Maybe you should go there. Okay. Back to the dark stuff here. So Camden, ironically enough, the Bulldogs, remember we keep talking about that percentage stuff? They basically have the same record as Geelong. Geelong is in 4th. So if the Doggies hadn't lost all of those games by a bazillion points, they could potentially be in 4th, which is hilarious. Now we're going to darken this stuff up like we does. Yeah. We'll vary this. Some places a little bit more towards the blue. Some maybe have a little bit more of our black type color. Maybe some more have the red. So the mobile apps. Now, is it kind of slow there, Wolfenstein? Or is it just kind of like it's kind of like normal for something an app on the phone? I would have figured that would be kind of on the slow side, because it can be a bit of a beast, right, Camden? Come on, there we are. Now we'll get me some of that off of there. Now we're gonna just let this mix and blend together. Yeah, we could have spent, I don't know, a half an hour doing that, or we did all this in 19 minutes. I know which one I vote for, and my vote is the only one that counts. So there you go. Yep, I know what I'm voting for, and this is it's a democracy of one, which means I get to vote as many times as I want, and nobody else gets to vote. That's pretty much how things work here, right, Camden? Again, also too, what do we advise? We advise against any kind of concrete footwear near open bodies of water. That's also a poor fashion choice in Wappleville. I mean, again, it's everybody's option. You dress how you want, but again, concrete footwear, open body of water can lead to accidents. Accidents happen. You never know when an accident just might happen, and it might happen to you at unexpected times. There's some nice red there, reddish, not a radish. I'm gonna get some of you down in here. Other side, got to do a similar thing right over here. Similar deal. There you go. In shadow. Let me maybe take a little more of that away. There. Okay. All right. Dark on the base because dark on the base. More dark on the base because dark on the base. Whoops. How's about more of that red there? There we go. On the other side, do the same deal here. More shadowy stuff happening here. Shadow, 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 cast shadow, shadow from this, shadow from that. Alright. How's about? Gee whiz, I don't think I even need that much Perline Crimson. Oh well, we'll save it for tomorrow. We're gonna need it. We'll save it for tomorrow. We're gonna need that for our fabulous Lady of Shallots. So we're painting the onion later tomorrow. A little bit of aloe there, Camda. Maybe. Sure, we'll hit that again. Let's see, 23 minutes. Can we remember Cinco Uno today, Camda? Well, me. You remember it. I always seem to forget. Fabulous Cinco Uno, all the Cincos. Well, at least we got like 2 or 3 of them yesterday, right, Camda? Oh, yeah, I definitely would recommend if you're going to be doing the Eldritch Foundry stuff. I'd say you probably want to do that on the computer, and it would be a whole bunch easier. Let me get as much of this darker stuff out of here as I can. Might also, bear with me here, we're going to do a little changeola on the paper towels here, because the old one is completely toast. Well, I guess that stuff's going to be way thinner than it was supposed to be. Actually, that's not too bad. I kind of needed to do almost a pinline wash of our light stuff here, so that's okay, fine. We'll roll with it. That's how it's going to be. We'll just roll with it there. So Conrad's, every time we first noticed it with when there would be 3 or 5 threes on the board there, and we call that Cinco Trace. It's just when it's 1 hour, 11 minutes and 11 seconds, or 2 hours, 22 minutes and 22 seconds. It's just a silly thing that doesn't mean anything, right, Camda? It literally means absolutely nothing. It's more the internal challenge there, Conrads, for either one of us to remember it, or both. That's the actual challenge of it, is can either one of us actually remember it when it happens? There was one stream we remembered every single one. Pretty much the next stream or whatever, we forgot every single one. So yes, that Conrads, that's why we have cinco uno, 5 ones. And that would happen in, well, a while from now. So that's why we celebrate all the cincos, cinco uno, cinco dos, cinco tres. We had a cinco cinco, right, Camda? Or did we had a couple that was during the 6.5 hour, well, the surprise 6.5 hour stream, right, Camda? The cinco cinco. Now, of course, if there's too many chocolate-covered raisins combined with too many mini wheats, then that's more like a cinco stinko right there. That's a little different. That's a different flavor. I'm gonna get this lighter in here too. So we've got our oculus here. Now the eyes is for some glow. There. Yeah, that got a little wacky. Let me try some of the orange around it. Get rid of some of that extra stuff there. More of our orange up here. Whoops, Tom Globby. That's well, actually, Camden, we used to have on the Saturday challenge, right? I think the longest Saturday challenge was 12.5 hours, 12.5, 13 hours, wasn't it, Landrast? I think it was something like that. Could be wrong, but I think there was, I know there was a couple of Saturday challenges that were 10, 11, and 12 hours long. I don't know if we went like a 13. There would be, that's a whole bunch of Cincos, right, Camda? And again, if we have too many chocolate-covered raisins, now you're talking about a couple of Stinkos in there as well. There we go. I can finally start to do a little something something here. We'll just get this a little lighter orangey here. Also, Camden, I guess it's time to break up the White Sox because they beat the Royals 22-1 today. Again, it would be nice if you could just put runs in the bank because it's very possible the next day they'll score 2 and lose 3-2. I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly what happens tomorrow. So great to see you there, Valfera. So yeah, Valfera, Marty, he's at Fort Sumter. So I sent him, I made him some stickers there, Valfera. Yep, made him some stickers. I'm going to print me out some of those. Because that would be super fun. Actually, Valfera, of course, like I thought, there was something weird that happened with that unit. So I'm sitting there with a person from Amazon, and I'm saying, like, I did not use that to get this. I used this. I don't know what your records are showing. They shouldn't be showing that. So hopefully that, I don't think it's going to show up on Sunday. I'm just hoping that it shows up. but there's a whole bunch of sticker paper because for whatever reason, Valfair, that was part of the big sale. Valfira, the other fun thing is the printer itself, that Epson, that large format Epson. Of course, Valfira, it is basically half the price it was when I got it back in March. Yeah, you knew that was going to happen, right? Let's do some of this now. Oh, actually, now Valfira, is it safe to show the painting from last night, or do you still have the migraine from last night? Because, I mean, I could seriously understand, especially if you were watching on a big screen or something like that. I could see how that sun was kind of really just nuclear. So hopefully the migraine has kind of migrated away, right, Valfira? You wouldn't hate that. See that? Starting to get a little more toasty there. More of this here. We need some light there. Now, yeah, there's still some of our glazy stuff hanging up here. It was a Prime Day sale there, Valfira. Now, Valfira, I meant to ask you just the other day. I understand Memorial Day sales, Black Friday sale, 4th of July, whatever. This just seemed like a really weird time for a sale. Were they trying to actually, what would you say, preempt other people's 4th of July sales there, Valfira? Because I was trying to figure out why June 23rd to 26th just seems like a very arbitrary set of dates. Unless there's some significance to Amazon itself, like maybe that's when it was founded or something, I don't know. But it does seem a little odd, the whole, that just seems like a very random set of dates. And actually, Valfir, I've got the small, like the official version printed out. That first one that we painted, that was just like a test version. So yeah, the official version, the game-sized version, is now printed. I actually got another one printing out, and I've got a whole bunch. So all those squadron things that I sent you there, Valfira, we're gonna try and paint the Black Forest squadron. Probably I was thinking of the cheese heads. Yeah, it's weird, and and of course, Valfira, the thing that I actually wanted, like the cartridges, those weren't for sale. Yeah, those are the same price. Those weren't part of the Prime Day sale. Only the printer was. Let's put it this way: the large format printer became so cheap, a full set of cartridges would cost close to what it was on sale now. I did actually, Valfira, believe it or not, the tape is already here. Yeah, Valfira, the packing tape is here, which is good because I used the last of it this morning. The whatchamacallit stuff, the Paul Rubin stuff, that's gonna be a few days. That might be Sunday or something, Valfira. But yeah, the tape is already here, believe it or not. It was kind of one of those overnight things, I guess. So now we're going to get ourselves. Yeah, do I want to zoom in on it? Nah, not yet. Not going to zoom in just yet. We'll wait. Because there was a point, I think there is another set of that tape in the house, and it's probably in a place where I said, oh, this would be a perfect spot to put it. And then it got covered up by something else. But, I mean, it's not like I ain't going to go through it. we'll certainly be going through that stuff. Alright, now getting a little bit of light over here. And we'll be going still later than that. We gotta kind of make sure that, yeah, see here we still got the glazy stuff happening there, so we can't quite mess around with that yet. Now that there's one print that's going on. It's on the, and I'm still kind of convinced there, Valfira. I might just go ahead and try that other build plate, because there's basically no reason for these weird errors to be happening on that one Saturn. And I do actually have another build plate, so I think I might try that, Valfira. And of course, if the same thing happens, and I'll use the same file, same everything, and we'll see if that makes any difference. Alright. Now, so Wolfenstein, hopefully you're able to make the miniature that you were hoping to make. I don't have the Williamsburg Indian Yellow out here. This is just the Windsor Newton, the Alkyd Indian Yellow. Just looking for this to set and also dry faster. Okay, let's get ourselves more light on all of this stuff here. I mean, it's pretty much directly underneath his wandola here. And of course, yeah, there's actually they mic'd up one of the players in the dugout. This is that 22-1 game, and he's got the wand, and you hear him in the dugout, and right before the guy swings, he says, "It's gonna be a home run." And then all of a sudden, he hit a home run. So apparently, the wizard's wand has powers. Let me get a little bit of our light back in there, yeah. Maybe a little more down here. Where's our Merlin? So again, he's gonna be a wee bit like the board game version there. So Valfira, there's a photography rush here, so I need this to be dry for photography. Remember I said that's going to be the caveat there. If I need something for photography, well then we're going to be going with the Alkyds. And if this was full-on non-Alkyds, this would take a long time to dry. We pretty much need this ready over the course of the next few days. And actually, now, Valfira, there's a Gen Con rush. Because, yeah, believe it or not there, Valfira, of course, yeah, Gen Con is now, you could say, weeks away. I do believe this time in July, I might be heading down to Indianapolis. Whenever Gen Con is, it's usually like the last few days of July and the first several days of August. Let me get this. There we go. Now, geez, Velfer, I gotta start printing out more of the gummy bears. That's it. Yes, I need to reprint the gummy bears so we can start painting those again in a little bit too. Once I can get through all of the Cyberthuria stuff that needs to be done, then we'll start to work our way back a little bit into the, again, not just repainting the gummy bears that were sold off at Adepticon, but also some of the ones we never did, like Prince Imrahil. So I don't have to worry about the third one, Valfira. But actually, technically, Valfira, a lot of the stuff that I'm doing, like the 2D stuff and all that, that's basically for Adepticon next year. So we're already working on Adepticon stuff. Actually, in a big way. Yes, indeed. So now again, Camden, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff there. Camden does the oil paints. And I think, well, I think you saw, because I showed him a couple of times. I think you saw the new small craft for your Terraforce. 6 of them. I actually have a 7th one. Now, also, too, with the Seri Republic, I think I've already painted 3 or 4 of their small craft. There's actually another 3 files that I'm working on. I've had one of them, I just have to keep reworking it because the wings are just too fragile. They are too fragile. It's kind of like the Sauron gummy bear. I have to keep reworking. Oh, and Galahad. It's kind of the same situation as those two. So again, we're getting that a little bit brighter, a little bit brighter. Let me see what a zoom in does for me here. Oh yeah, I can zoom in. There we go. Okay, let me also drop him like so. Also gonna move these lads out of the way there. We're going to do this. So yeah, Velfira, unfortunately with this, everything is a rush. Yep, it's everything is going to basically be it's going to be a marathon until Adepticon next year. I mean, yeah, that's only well, let me see. Well, and of course that's in April now, so it's going to be a full 3 months plus months number 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm also going to have to get more display stuff too, Valfira. Oh, and the other thing is, crazy as it sounds, I will have to ship some of the stuff to other folks before Adepticon so that they can take it to Adepticon. So yeah, there will be some things. I'm thinking mostly like the FDM, like the larger stuff like that. That's kind of not super fragile. That's the kind of stuff that's probably going to get sent to maybe Mark or Ryan or something like that. Velfair, for some reason, about once every 5 or 6 years, Adepticon happens in April. No idea why. Actually, if they were, it would be better if they held it in February, Camda. Or sorry, well, Camda and Velfair, or Hamda, or Hamfera. I think that was, wasn't that how we combined all of them into Hamfera? Given what happened, like just if there were some people actually, Velfira, that got stuck there not by snow but by tornadoes. Now it wasn't snow they had to worry about. They had to worry about getting wiped away by a tornado. Because there was some of the Alaska crew, they were stuck there for an extra day, and had nothing to do with snow. All right, let's get a little bit. We need more orange down here. Well, yellowy orange. I looked up to see if we had a Cinco Uno there. Can't. It's only 45 minutes. Yeah, This is all of 45 minutes right here. Needless to say, the the other figure that I want to do, now of course if it looks like I need to do a shorter stream tomorrow, we've got the corrupted version of Guinevere. We can do that. That would be a little bit more like this. It'd be a bit quicker. But yeah, the that one's gonna be real interesting because we're gonna have some imagery on those screens. Let me. Oops, there's a whole bunch of extra paint on the end of that brush. I can get rid of some of that. You just never know, right? Right, Valfira. You never know. Basically, now I just tell people, well, I'll let you know in a couple of hours what's happening in a couple of hours. Let me do some of this here. Already getting some good work done on the Jolarin Empire video. So I'm hoping, and let's see, maybe by Monday or so, Valfair, I'll have that video to send you, because I think you've seen both of them, right? You've seen both of the Terraforce ones. Well, really more both of the Great Union ones. So basically, this video kind of takes you through basically the creation of the Jolrin Empire. I'm also going to try and start getting these orthographics from a couple of the other fleets created. Namely, well, the Jolrins. Valferi, here we just say if you don't like what season it is, just wait 10 minutes. You'll get another season. Because I think the high temperature today was 65. Which is ironic considering that our favorite Welshlandian, I believe it's probably like 90-something degrees there. I believe he said it was something like 30 degrees inside his house, so probably about 91-ish inside his house, I guess. Get my Celsius foo is it only takes me so far there. I just know that once it gets to 40, you're kind of in the oh my goodness range, and if it ever gets to 50, you're in the we're about to pass out range. Again, the warmest temperature that I know for sure I've been in is 137 degrees. That's the warmest I've been in. I don't know if that translates to 50 Celsius or maybe 51 or 52. That was in an attic. We were of all things we were installing an attic fan in the dead of summer with a roof that was black, and it had been 90 to 100 degrees all week long. And when they only allowed us to be, they actually set an alarm. They said you can only be up there for 15 minutes at a time. And when we came down each time, it was about 80 because they had the power off. So there was no air conditioning in that area, of course. It was about 85 degrees, and our lips turned blue. They were freaking out because again they're sweating. It's 80-something degrees. They're about to fall over sweating. We come down there, we start shivering, and our lips turn blue. Because, well, that was a 50-degree temperature change. Needless to say, that was a good example of why they needed an attic fan, right, Valfera? Now, we'll get me some more of this. This is a home construction channel, right, Camda? It's not just a cuisine channel and an object source light channel. We also offer home repair advice. It's the Home Depot of painting streams. There we go. It was a big old house too, Valfira. It was a big old house. Holy smoke! Not old house. It was one of those newer ones. I don't know if you would call it one of the McMansions or something like that, but I think it was more of a McMansion. So Camden, it took several rounds of going up there before we got that thing going. Because again, we only were up there about maybe 15, 17 minutes at a crack. They actually had blankets for us. Yeah, I guess you know the spicier version of it there. I guess Landrast, you would just have the tool belt, and that's it. That would maybe be the OnlyFans version of that particular channel. Let's get some more of it. See, I want to have almost like a cast shadow here. Ooh, speaking of which, let me do this. Yeah, that's the only time I've ever been in something like that. Man, I've been in toasty stuff, but that was pretty toasty. Also been in about minus 40, which I believe it doesn't matter whether it's Celsius or Fahrenheit at minus 40. It's just minus 40. Actually, oh, speaking of that, does anybody... Oh, geez, I still haven't had a chance to send Stila a message. I don't know if anybody has seen Stila's... I would imagine that, you know, Stila, they got the business going there, so I'm pretty sure that Stila is not streaming anymore. I wasn't sure if I always keep thinking it's minus 20 for some reason. Camda is where they converge. Don't know why. Come on, get in there. There we go. That's refresh. Is nice. Now that. And now we start getting some of the mustachio, the beard. Yeah, what I want to make sure is that there's no shiny or anything like that. We want to make sure that is all gone by the time we need to take the photos of this. Still trying to work on the Arthur figure, the corrupted version of Arthur, and also I'm trying to make our Grail cup for the Galahad figure. Galahad figure is actually printed out, but I really want to have that Grail cup for him. Let me do this. Unless I just I could always do a different one. I mean, we have alternate sculpts for other characters, so maybe we just do that. Who knows? Maybe we'll be painting the Corrupted Cyber Galahad. But I think we'll do those next week. Maybe that'll be the Friday, Saturday streams of next week. would be Galahad and Gwenny. The orange there. A touch of it, and we need some of that here. Let me see if this can be a little smidgy there. And now I think we gotta go a bit more on his arm over here. Yeah. Now, what about you? Okay. No, not that light. Not that light. We're gonna retreat from that. We need a little something there. I am coming across. Hits that and a little touch of that over there. Just a little bit there. I will also see if I can't. Just a little more there. Now let me do some more light stuff over here. Hey there, Ryan. Ryan, why don't you post some stuffs in the chat there? Thanks so much, Ryan. Appreciate that. So Ryan, looky here. We got a whole bunch of fun stuff. We have all of our TerraForce Battlecraft, all 6 of them, plus the stands. And we also have the very first of our Seri Republic figures. I got another one that's printing out now. I've got, I think, 2 more that I'm working on. So that it's gonna be quite the little collection there of our Compass Rose Universe characters. So again, Ryan, why don't you post some stuffs in the chat there? Some fabulous oil painted stuff. Actually, Ryan, were you working on some more sculpts, or were you working on some more music too? I actually meant to ask you that the day before, something like that, Ryan. If you were working on some more music, because I know we were talking about the videos. And actually, Ryan, I'm working on the Jolarin video now. Let's put it this way: it's very different from how I approach the other ones, just because I keep learning with each one. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ryan just shared. It's, again, some fantastic oil painting there. Yeah, Ryan, that vehicle that you did with all the folks and stuff, that was super fantastic. Yeah, and again, a lot of the sculpts that you'll see there, especially those newer ones, those are Ryan's sculpts as well. Now, Ryan, I don't know if you have, well, I'm not sure if you got an iPad there, Ryan. I think you do. But you might want to give that Nomad sculpt a try. I mean, it's $20 forever. I mean, that's it. There is no subscription or anything like that. It's just $20 and you got it. Unless you already have that. I know you got like the ZBrush and everything. But it's kind of handy, like I say, to be able to be mobile like that. I have not had a chance to use it the last few weeks. It's been a little too wild and crazy. I will be trying to sculpt some parts of that new Arthur figure. Now that's fantastic, Ryan. So yeah, just having that not just pressure sensitive tablet, but you're working right there on the screen. Now again, there's a downside, and that it can be hard to do some of the maneuvering type tasks. But you're much more connected to it because you're just working right on the screen. You're basically sculpting right on the figure as opposed to your arm being off to the side, like usual with a pressure sensitive tablet like a Cintiq. Oh, I'm gonna get me a little bit of this orange, a little bit, Not quite that much. A little more than I needed there. So again, everybody please check out the Instagram link that Ryan shared. Oh, and congrats on getting the room there too, Ryan. That's no easy feat. That is not the easiest thing to do. So glad you got the room. Now you weren't doing Gen Con, right, Ryan? I'm pretty sure that you weren't. I just wanted to double check. I wasn't sure actually if anything had changed or whatever. Hey there, Armored Wolf. So Armored Wolf, I thought you might. There was a couple of other train cars that had sort of okay weathering on it, but I just thought that you would really like that one. Yeah, I was stuck by that thing for at least. Well, it sat there for about 21, 22 minutes, not moving at all. And you know the train of which I speak, because you've been stuck by that one, right, Armored Wolf? Fairly sure that you've also been stuck by that one over the years, at least once or twice. Yeah, we better catch some light on these here. Come on. Each of the little segments there. I think there's some more stuff we gotta fill in there too that's just too dark. I thought so. I thought so, Armored Wolf. But yeah, I just thought, well, maybe, well, with all the orky stuff, that's right, Armored Wolf. With all the orky stuff, I know there's just those two kind of like buggy type things. I think that's it for the vehicles right in that starter set. So again, 1 hour, 2 minutes. Geez, it's still 9 minutes to Cinco Uno, Camda. We're not even at Cinco Uno yet. Oh my goodness. This is quite literally just 1 hour and 2 minutes. I'm figuring you're probably going to have to head on off to sleep there, Ryan. Thanks for again. Sorry this was so late. But I was really trying to get a new round of prints going. That Siri one, just doing the supports on that thing probably took about 45 minutes or so. I mean, the other stuff was just okay. It was already in existence. It was ready to go. But yeah, that sculpt, that took a wee while to support. This also needs a bit of a orange here. No, back up to maybe this. Yep, there we are. Yeah, that would have. The other stuff, at least for right here, would have been too light. Let me maybe get some more, some more of my orange over here. Hey there, Grummer, how you doing? So there's no actual light there, Grummer. That's all just done with the paint. It's all just done with the paint. So here we go. Here's the. So there's the board game version of it right there. Thanks, Brian. Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff I'll send you. I'll try to send you after the stream there for you to check out. Where's our other? So now it's this should be an interesting film noir, Valfera. So we have nice Merlin and nasty Merlin. So he's nasty, he's all nice. Should be a very interesting film noir between these two. Glad you're doing well there, Gromlo. Uh, same kind of toasty colors as what we put on our Spacescape last week. Now it's so interesting. Like most of the colors on here, like we did, they're mostly grayed down like this, except for our sun, which is more like that. So yeah, Grandma, all of our corrupted versions of our characters all have some version of this kind of light. Let me see if we can get out our. Here she is. So there's Nimue. Again. No, we got the muted, cooler colors there, and then zoink, we get into the kind of high chroma, warmer colors on the Source Lady side. Now, where's their spell brush here? He's a little bit different. Let me see if I can get him out here. So again, with a little different color there, and then of course here the high chroma warm stuff is not actually the source light. That's just CAD right there, and then there is a very different type of lighting right there. Let me get this set down here, Velfira, real quick. I wonder. Well, we can at least here. Let's try this. That's that's pretty hilarious. I mean, I get there's like a teensy bit of a glow, but that's about it, right, Velfira? There's just a tiniest bit of glow, and you can't tell at all. Nothing to be trying. But what's going to be fun, because we're going to be trying to match this. So once he gets more light, oh, we're also doing the textured cloak, by the way. We are doing the textured cloak on him. So let's bring back our color intensity here. So we're going to be doing the textured cloak. That's going to be pretty much about the same, except a little bit of a difference. That way. So this is this will be a neat ongoing film noir subject, won't it, Valfira? Actually, I think we can get over to this side now. I think it's all right to do this side now. I'm gonna get some of the violet going in here. Again, thinking about doing a little bit of a textured robe here, or a cloak. That was interesting on the other one. Well, what's funny, Velfira, is sculpting-wise, right? There wasn't a whole lot that you could do to make the nasty and nice or naughty and nice versions without it not really looking like Merlin anymore, or at least not the same character. With the other ones, you got much more, like with Nimue, there was some more leeway there. Yeah, but with Merlin, there's not a whole lot where we can kind of go, oh, yeah, we'll change this, change that. It's like, no, he kind of has to have the cloak. He kind of has to have the staff. So, and the cloak pretty much covers a whole bunch of stuff. So you could even, if you try to do more cybernetics on them or something. Again, these guys aren't robots or anything like that. They do not actually exist. They are non-corporeal. They only exist in cyberspace. This is just like a representation of them, that's all. So again, just starting to do a little bit of this here. So Armored Wolf, it's kind of wasn't it? Oh, Dark Elves, right? They had cold ones in Warhammer Fantasy, right? Armored Wolf. So that's all I could think of when I saw space elves riding dinosaurs. Okay, again here, this is going to have not our object source lighting on it, right? Because that's not going to reach there. But we do want to have some of our texture. Now, where's a blending brush I can use? Here's one. So I'm just going to take this, and we're just going to do a little stabby stab there. Same down here. Now that's it. See, look at that. See how it's even picking up some of the darker glazy stuff that we did? All that stuff is still wet. It makes doing all this texture stuff seem kind of easy, right? Oh, by the way, this is a middle tone. It's not even a light middle tone. It looks real light here. That's just because we were pretty darn efficient at getting our darkest darks in here. Because this right here, this is actually pretty dark. This color that I'm putting on here. There's no white in there or anything like that. There it is, Cinco Uno Camda. Well, at least we remembered. Well, at least I remembered. You've definitely been better at remembering the Cincos there, Camda. I just remember the Stinkos. Okay. This is here. We'll probably do some darker stuff too in all of this. Ooh, let me get my orange out of this thing here. We don't need that sitting around in there. Now we're gonna go back to this here, perhaps. Ooh, not too much thinner there. And now this is maybe where we start to break in something a little bit later. Fine, I'm gonna keep mixing the Naples yellow with the violet there. See what happens. Oh, yep, almost there. And now this needs a little more here too. Doing this. Oh, like so. More texture. Yeah, well, we'll take some of our darker stuff here into the shadows and create some texture that way too. Might even also do a little bit of our mud and such. I'll take a yeah. We did that on the other Merlin, so maybe we'll do that on this one too. We'll grab ye old weathering powders and do some of that. That should be fun. Yeah, this is not being affected by the source light there. It's blocked by this. Yep, this one too. So again, that's going to look very dingy compared to this. And we'll be doing more of our lighter stuff here. We want to let that all have a chance to set. You can see it's still got a little shiny going on there. We want that to dissipate. We want that to dissipate quickly. More of just the violet there. Whoop, that way too. here. That can't all just be dark up there. Now this over here, that is not going to get the cloak color. That is going to get more blue stuff. But first, it's time to start doing some darker stuff again. I've been doing an awful lot of lighter stuff and mid-tones. Now we're going to get into some serious darks here. Yep, like that. Now this is to be a little different. Ah, there we are. Much darker over in this. There we are. Same over here. Also kind of doing a little bit of texturizing too. A little bit of that. So yeah, that's a wee bit darker there now. Okay, just got these 2 fingers on the brush also. Just those 2 fingers on the brush. More dark here. Okay, there we are. Oh, there we go. See, light gets lighter without having to make the light any lighter. Not just the texture there via the lighter stuff, but also now doing that via some darks. Oh yeah, we need that up here. Here we go. We can start to mark out some of this stuff. Again, that's almost like a bit of a cast shadow in some places. There would be. There definitely would be in a couple of spots. Like over there. Again, the darker that is, the lighter our light gets, just kind of by default. We definitely need some of that in here. Is nice. Dark up here. Also here. So we kind of set the brush almost on its side a little bit. Gives us a whole different brush stroke out of that. Where's Mr. We can use this. We can use this as a blending brush too. Little micro blending brush. So again, you can see we still got a little bit of texture, but it's blended. It's a texture. It's blended texture. There you go. Dark. Some places here now. Around the eyes. Darker. Under the schnoz there. Lighten up the oculus one more time. But still go lighter than this too when we get our fast matte white out there. We'll hit that. lighter in the eyes again. Mustache. Hit down. Let's get much later on some portrait of beard here. Let's do that. That little strand there of his beard. Gonna catch the edge of it. This hair over here. Come back to his staff again. Catch a little bit of light on that, and here, what? I need me some of the. That's getting a little too peachy, so that's why we got this Indian yellow sitting out here for. That just kind of brings that back from sort of turning almost pinkish back to something a bit more orangey, but still light. Again, that's not the Williamsburg stuff. Also using the opera colors as in the alkyd fluorescence too. Because again, this drying faster was kind of important. Let me do some of the darker stuff in here. Let me take this. I might even mix a little bit of our regular, or some of our Windsor red in with that, and let's start to bring out a couple of parts of where not working. We basically have middle tone and light. We need a little touch of something darker here. Perhaps even a little something down here that is, again, also darker. There we are. This stuff will get later too, but I'm waiting. I'm gonna wait for some of that to set. There's a wee bit of paint sitting there. Best to just not be a hasty hobbit. Just leave it alone. Got this going. Yeah, there we are. Okay. Let's try this again. Darker over here. I'm just trying to bring out some of the nut work a little more here. And that's also going to be later too, but just waiting. It's a little bit less shiny, so we'll be able to do something there. Okay, in we go. Maybe a little something darker on the underside of that. No, not on the other side there. What? Maybe in here. There might be. Might need some more light in there, but I also need this here. Let me clear out all the dark stuff on this. Let me see if this is gonna be opaque enough. I don't want it to be too light. I have to get a little bit around the oculus here. Let me get this side. Not that other side. That's part of our non-object sourcelet shadow area there. On his nostril there, and then maybe a little bit more on the beard part here, and also the mustache. touch of the lighter source light along here. And back to more of the orange. There we go. Also, you got a little bit of texture going on there. Little bit of texture happening down here too. Fill in that a little bit more. Okay, and then we can. I think we're gonna hit maybe that one more time. Some of the light portions there. I wonder. Oh, yeah. Okay, we did this on the other side. Sure enough, we did it on the other side. To the darker red, we go perline, crimson. There we are. Yeah. It's like, wait a second. There's something missing over here on this side. We did it again on the other side, but not on this side. That is better. Much better. Maybe even some of the dark red up there. Also, maybe a little bit of dark here in the shadow parts of the tunic here, and then now again more almost like a cast shadow here. Also to get a wee touch of light over here. Yeah, we have it on his cloak. We need some of that now on this. And we got a whole bunch of stuff down here that we need to start working on as well. I don't want this to get, the lighter this gets, right? We want to have that dark zone in between these two. We're just kind of scattering in a little, just a teensy bit of mid-tone. I mean, that's not light, that's just a mid-tone. And again, any sort of color, there was no zenith or anything like that. I just took the spray cans. Again, this is spray acrylics. This is not spray primer or anything like that. It's not any kind of aerosol can. It's just essentially Liquitex paint in a can that has a little bit of it can just spray a little bit. That's all it is. It's not actually because it's foam safe and everything. I actually use it indoors. Because I'm usually, when I'm doing something like that, I'm doing a bunch of different ones, all there, maybe 10, 11, something different figures, all getting primed / primer painted all at the same time. Now to make this a teensy bit lighter on the not working, we had nothing here all of a sudden. Well, that looks very different. Nice. Some extra dark on that Das Boot here. Some of that and some of our indigo mixed together. Gonna get some darker, and then we'll actually, after I do this, I think I'll hit the little bit of the weathering powders here before I forget. Yeah, so I'm gonna do some weathering powders here. Otherwise, I'll just forget about that. Let me try some of that right No, actually, I'll just use this here. I'll just use this brush right here. All right. Just gonna take, whoops. But we do this on the right side. There we go. And I'm just gonna go on here. Yeah, nothing terribly fancy here. And the reason we're doing this now is because the powders themselves will just kind of cure along with the oil paints. So we'll have kind of a twofer there. Won't have to deal with any kind of sealer or whatever because it's going to be sealed in with the oil paint. Nice to see you there, Inganes, on a 120 stream streak. Well, you know the deal, Inganes. While we do this hype train, Inganes and Surface Tension also have to post some links there, so some hype train. Inganes, everybody give Inganes a follow. Also, Inganes paint oils. So, of course, I'm jinxing it by saying this. Surface Tension, but yeah, it's so it's at the high today, I think it was 65, so maybe what, 17, 18 degrees Celsius or something? So everybody check out the Instagram link there that Inganes just posted. Nice to see you there, Nap. Well, some folks are probably ready to nap. Some folks are just getting up, kind of like Surface Tension there. Nice to see you there, Mafi. Oh, so Mafi, sorry I killed your raid sound. Sorry about that, Ma. Everybody please give Mafi a follow. So Mafi, we got Merlin. So this is the basically corrupted version of Mafi right here of Merlin. There's you might have even seen this. You might have actually seen this one getting painted there, Mafi. So a tale of two Merlins right there. Tale of two Merlins. And again, where's there? Oh, this is what we painted last night. Right here on our, well, Flat Thursday, Friday. And that would be this little, got right there. Ah, there we are. Ooh, I think we got it just about right. There you go. Painted that up last night. Again, that's part of our Compass Rose universe of ships and such. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension posted. So Mafi, why don't you post a little linky there in the chat? Now, of course, on Monday we were doing these. These are fabulous Terraforce ships here. Again, part of our Compass Rose universe. And I think, yeah, well, here's a couple of our Celtic goddesses that we've done on stream here. So we're continuing with those. Surface Tension, that the Manticore really looks fat. Everybody's got to go see the Manticore that Surface Tension painted. And that is that from Last Sword or is that from Highland? I think that's from Last Sword, right? Surface Tension. But again, everybody please check out what Ingane's Surface Tension posting. And of course, again, Mafi, if you want to share some stuff, please go ahead. Oh, and again, here's the board game versions. Yeah, there's the board game versions of our Merlins there. Here, let this get this dark in again, almost kind of like a cast shadow type of dark in there. Yeah, we've been doing plenty of light stuff. Now we're going to start doing, again, some of the dark stuff here. So yeah, Surface Tension, really the Manticore is very, very fantastic. I'm sure that you're super happy with how that turned out. And again, Inganes, everybody please check out what Inganes posted. And also give Inganes a follow. Inganes also streams with the oil paints. So it was Last Sword, okay. Gee whiz, I couldn't tell you when's the last time I got a chance to paint one of the last sword figs. Now, I do have a bunch of their stuff. I haven't actually been on their Patreon in a little while. May do another little cast shadow here. So you can see we got that kind of hard edge there again, like this is casting a shadow here. I'm going to use something as a little bit of a blending brush right there. Okay, I think we got it now. Touch more of our dark over here. Then we're going to get some more of our lighter orange there. Also, maybe some more darks here. Also, some shadow stuff there. We got no dark stuffs on the boots here. Let's get to some of this a little darker here. We got like a whole bunch of light stuff. None of the dark stuff. Let's go a little bit darker over on this side here, since like the whole shadow thing. Also, speaking of shadow, gonna try and make a cast shadow over here. Hey there, Grand Oracle. So everybody, please be like ready to nap. Go check out all those fabulous links there. So Grand Oracle, I don't know if you had a chance to see what I was showing with those new figures, and I think Grand Oracle, I think I sent you some stuff there. Actually, I got more stuff that I can send you. Again, here is some of the new stuff I just printed out today. This will be for Monday here. So we got, actually that's the official Triton right there. We've got the Hellhound, the Tautatus, Mastiff, and Argus. There's the Valkyrie, and there is the very first of our Seri Republic figures that we're we just printing out another one now. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. So great to see you there, Grand Oracle. Hopefully no Boy Scout stuff this weekend. Hopefully you just get the chance to do Grand Oracle stuff. Hopefully also too the need just keeps getting better and better. Let me do this. Nope. There we are. Now, there we go. Okay. See that by doing that, the light stuff just gets lighter by default. Didn't have to do anything on the lighter stuff. Just doing the darker stuff here. So again, Mafi, appreciate the raid. Sorry I didn't get a chance to hear your sound and everything. Yeah, let's do this. That's a better. More of our darker red. Now this is going to have to get a little bit darker here too, not just darker than what's around it, but it's got a little bit more of our warmer shadow color in there. As we work this way again, that looks a whole lot lighter now, doesn't it? And it's also, see, it's starting to look more like our board game figure there. Now, Grand Oracle, gee whiz, since you're the official reporter of all the Hagear stuff, is there anything that's shockingly new on that particular thing since you were last kind of giving us the info on that? And of course, well, hopefully, Grand Oracle, that well, it's not going to be here on Sunday, but that big old generator shows up so that we can do the Boy Scout thing there, Grand Oracle, and be prepared. Grand Oracle, if there's anything that you want to share, anything like that, stuff that you've been working on, especially of late there, please go ahead. Feel like you can share that, of course. to stick with the Perline Crimson here. Sticking with that. Some dark in there. We did a little bit of the weathering powder shadow stuff here, or on the cloak here, just because. Thanks, Grand Oracle. This is I'm either going to be working on the Lady of Shalott, basically corrupted version on the Saturday stream, or Guinevere. It kind of depends on how long I think the stream I'll be able to stream for. If we get that earlier start, then I'll be able to. I think I'll take on the, and again, that would be more like 10 p.m. Central Time, the earlier start. Then I would try to hit the Lady of Shalott figure. Let me get this going. More dark under this here. Okay, we got the later stuff going. Now we need to get a little bit more of this darker stuff going here. Is nice. Over and under. See, there's their overs. There's some unders. No, not there. It's gotta go that way. There we are. Like, wait a minute. Just did that the wrong way. You know what? I think I'm also going to make this a little darker there too. Yeah, that upper edge, making that darker, not a bad idea. So this is a 1 hour 42 minutes. 1 hour 42 minutes. There was no pre-painting on this, no acrylic stuff, no nothing. Just regular old oily paints. That's it. Nothing else. Just trying to chuck a little something back in there. That's it. Yeah, something there. Well, Grand Oracle, hopefully you get a chance to kind of, shall we say, have a little relaxation session with that. Yep, a little bit of relaxing. That sounds nice. We're going to get some of the floral orange and the hero orange together. Right here. And again, I guess it's time to break up the White Sox because well, they're in first place. Yet in the American League, first place doesn't really take a whole bunch. If you're going to be a first place team in the American League, a few questions are going to be asked. Are you alive? Yes. Oh, well then you're in first place. That's about all it takes to be a first place team in the American League this season. If the question 2, are you alive, is yes, then you are going to be in first place. Not are you a baseball player, it's just are you alive. That's pretty much all it takes. Let me get that. There we go. A little bit of the dark in between those. So Grand Oracle, this is kind of an interesting little double film noir. Because looky here. So we got to put these two side by side. And then when we do the film noir Grand Oracle, when we did this before, we didn't have any texture back here. So this is going to be real interesting, Grand Oracle. Watch this. Take that away. So first, let's show this side. I mean, now they're basically pretty much the same now that they both have their shading on them. But this will be the interest. This is when, ironically enough, I'm more interested in this. Yeah, see, now this is still going to get a little bit lighter like this, but now that they both have the texture on them, look at that. That is pretty wild. So I got a tale of two Merlins, nice Merlin, nasty Merlin, because he's all nasty. Color returns. We're still not at 50. Now we're at 50. I think you had a chance to see our little battlecraft that we painted on the stream last night. I'm pretty sure, right, Grand Oracle? I'm pretty sure you got a chance to see that. It was very fun to get a chance to paint, do the painting of the Triton class. No, that might be a little too late. I'm going to take me some of the, here we go. A little bit more of the violet. Also got some of the Naples yellow, and not quite that much. A big old chunk on the end of that brush. We don't need that much. So now this is a, we said we're going to make this a little bit lighter. It also means we can put a teensy bit more textures. That's kind of what we'll be doing here. We got a lot more texture, a lot more texturizing to do back here. There. We'll hit this too. Now, Grant Oracle, I'm guessing you didn't have time to check out the Dark Sword, the dragon video there. But this week I'll be starting the basically the forest version. And I was gonna, since on that I can go full on, Williamsburg, right, and everything. Boy, surface tension, I can't wait to see that. I can't wait to see. Yeah, that's gonna be super fun. Everybody, again, check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension shared a little bit ago. So Grand Oracle, I was thinking about breaking out the cadmium green. Remember that I think it might just, or is it, a Gamblin? Yes, that Gamblin cadmium green. I'll break out that. We haven't really had a chance to use, say, like the Perline black. Obviously the Williamsburg phthalo green. So we're going to use some heavy hitters, Grand Oracle. Grand Oracle, the experiment with the icicle stuff, that worked really, 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 really well. Very happy about that. And actually, too, Grand Oracle, don't be surprised if you see a bit of pre-glaze on that new Darksword dragon. Yeah, there's going to be a wee bit of pre-glaze on that. Not, what would you say, not exactly pre-glaze, but there's going to be a little bit of pre-glaze on him because I'm going to be using, again, Indian yellow mixed with phthalo green, Grand Oracle. The last time we saw that was that one, remember that bust that we painted? That's pretty much the last time I combined in a video the Williamsburg. Actually, I've never had a chance to combine the Williamsburg phthalo green and the Indian yellow. So that'll be a first. I think I used probably just the like the Gamlin phthalo green, which, I mean, it's not like that's bad, but man, the Williamsburg phthalo green is super, super, super intense. Like orders of magnitude more intense than everything else. So yeah, it's gonna be yeah, we're gonna try and go full out, like really, really, really intense on some of the colorations on that. And then tons of flock and foliage. All kinds of fun foliage on that too. Now we're going to try and get ourselves some nice little extra bits of almost like a bluish color on here, because no, it's kind of blind. It's too hard to get to the bust here, unfortunately, of Merlin. I was going to grab that to show you what his hand is supposed to look like, but there's a whole bunch of stuff in front of that. We get it a little bit, come on, right there. Oh, brilliant yellow pale also. So a lot of the colors that I just have not had a chance to use in quite some time, we'll kind of bring those back out to the fore on that dragon. The downside is I am going to use the Alkyd White, but it's going to take a little while for that stuff to dry in between sessions. So it might be a little bit between episode 1 and episode 2. I think I won't have to wait too long for episode 3 because usually by episode 2 we're not really adding a whole bunch more paint. Well, look at that. That really changed this thing big time. You know what? His hair needs to be a little lighter here, but not object source lighting light. I mean, it is a white beard after all. And trying to avoid the source lit area. Yeah, Grand Oracle, just imagine, the intensity of the pre-glaze, right, with the Indian yellow, the phthalo green, like the high-powered versions of each. And then your lighter mid-tone is kind of the we'll see what it's like with the cadmium green mixed with the phthalo green versus, say, the brilliant yellow pale mixed with the phthalo green as far as making it into a mid-tone. It should be a very interesting, warm, cool difference. So we'll get a much cooler, almost like you could say kind of like a turquoise color with a brilliant yellow pale mixed with the phthalo green. Whereas the cadmium green light, it's almost going to be like object source lighting Grand Oracle. So Grand Oracle has some news about the Haygears modeling resin. $20 right now a liter. And now is that the Prime Days there? Grand Oracle, or is that their regular on their site? And let's see. They open up their slicer for other resins, customizing the settings. Actually, Grand Oracle, I think you were saying that the Haygears slicer kind of has some of the things like you have in the bamboo slicer, right? Where we do like the where you can make the sort of like a bas relief, and the other one where you can basically make like a bust. Touch more of it. So now this is really getting caught up to the other Merlin there. Now I'm going to retreat a little bit away from the. There we go again. Some more texturizing up here. Little more texturizing. Touch more there, and now maybe just gonna pull this over this way a little bit here, a little more. So it's on the site, but that price will go up just a wee bit. A little too late. No problem, because we got this here, which again we're going to use as a micro blending brush. So we still got the texture there. It did just basically taking away some of the excess paint. That's what it's doing. It's not really blending things per se, just getting rid of some of the extra stuff on there. And again, what we most likely will be doing tomorrow would be, again, the corrupted version of this, and these screens over here. Those are really critical because that's going to be a big part of the story. Those screens on Our Lady of Shalott. Now I think we can finally get to the later stuff over on this here. I will grab one of you. This one here, I think. Now we can maybe. There we go. Finally get this caught up to everything else. Yeah, that was just too shiny there. I had to wait. Paint would have just bounced right off of there. Would have been no point. Well, it's just neat, right, Grand Oracle? Because, well, if somebody creates a tool, then other folks are going to try and either make at least the same thing, if not a better one, right? Listen closely, right? Surface tension. We will say this only once. It is I, Leclerc. I guess surface tension, maybe we need to do a whole bunch of Cyber Arthurian characters that all have glasses on so they'd all be in disguise. So nobody would ever recognize them with the glasses on. Now, of course, unlike onions, oils are hashtag no layers, right, Grand Oracle? Hashtag no layers with the oils. Because the oils do all the blendy stuff, that's why. Finally can get to some of the later stuff on the not work down here. Been waiting a while to do this too. This whole thing here is needed to catch a little bit more of the orangey and the yellow and stuff. See that makes it. It's not a big thing. There's not a lot there, but it has a big impact. See how that kind of goes then into our non-source light color on the other side of that. That's a really important. I mean, well, Grand Oracle, just given how I spent on this one Siri Republic figure that's printing, I spent at least 35 to 40 some odd minutes just doing the supports on that. Also, two Grand Oracle. I think that the one Saturn, I'm just gonna have to use. I've got a backup build plate for that. I'll try that other build plate. That would confirm or deny that the one build plate is just warped or whatever. There's only one way to find out, and that is to try another one. And if it does the same thing, then it's not the build plate, because the likelihood that both build plates are warped exactly the same way. I know unlikely things can happen, but that's a little bit too unlikely. Let me do little there. Let me hit this. I'm just going to get my reference going here real quick. 1 second. Yeah, we should probably catch a little bit of the light down there too. A little more orange on the boot here. And then some more on the ground.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Nice to see you there, Artemichael. Artemichael, if you want to share some stuff, please go ahead. Nice to see you there, Cortez. So again, everybody else gets a way cooler glow stick than me. I mean, look, it's literally just a stick, man. Look at it, it's got like a big old gemstone in there or something. That's kind of warm too. We haven't had a 6 on our Gandalf 6 in a while. Let's see if Cortez can draw that. Oh, well, that's a. It's a third of a 6. A third of a 6 is better than none, right, Doji? How you doing? Yeah, Grand Oracle again. I don't think that's the case, but it's one way to just eliminate. I mean, I got the other plate, right, Grand Oracle? But like you say, you might want to identify them because if those get mixed up, then there's only one way to tell, right? You got to screw one up or something. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Arda Michael shared. So great to see you there, Doji. If you would like to share some stuff, please go ahead. Please go ahead and do that. Well, hello there, and again, have fun at the pool there, Doji. Have lots of fun. Not sure if it's as toasty as it was. You wouldn't want to go swimming here today, that's for sure. I believe, again, the high temperature was 65, so probably about 18-ish Celsius or something. But I'll do, well, first of all, actually, Grand Oracle, I kind of want to let this one have a chance to, I'll try and clean it as best as I can, let it dry, right? And then we'll try to mark it as best as we can. That is, so let's see, Doji, is that like about is that about a 40 to 41 degree day there, or is that still just in the 30s? Is that like a 38 degree day? No problem there, Grand Oracle. No problem. See you in a little bit. Now I need to get here. Let me get my other smaller brush here. So thank you so much, Cortez, for the follow. That is appreciated. Okay, so it's 41. Okay. Sorry, Doji. Just when you start to get into the, well, what would you say, more exotic temperatures there, that's where my Celsius foo kind of is not maybe as accurate. So yeah, a little bit different here than it is over there. I shall. Hopefully that's not too much thinner. That's almost a bit too much thinner. We will then, well, thicken that batch up again. Minus all these gobs of stuff here. So 2 hours, 2 minutes ago, this had no paint on it at all. This is what we call one of our paint-free objects, a blank canvas miniature. Nope, let me get that on this side. There we go. And now something a little bit lighter here. Also here. Because we gave that a chance to set, right? It sticks very easily. That is mighty roasty there. Yeah, it's kind of funny there, Doji. They were getting all worried about the conveyor belt, right? The Gulf conveyor belt that brings that warmer water over to Europe. They were worried about that. I guess they don't need to worry about that warmer water making its way over there. Let me try to get this. There we are. Yes, there was all kinds of talk about that conveyor belt starting to lessen or whatever. I think it's pretty much at a maximum right now. And what's crazy there, Doji, is I believe, as far as latitude goes, you are north of us. Because I'm pretty sure that Paris is about, I want to say like in northern Minnesota, and I think London is almost, gee whiz, close to like Alberta or something. So yeah, Arda Michael, I was talking earlier that the highest temperature I've experienced was 137 for 15 minutes at a time. A 95 stream streak. Whoops, I forgot where I was. I already went past the hype train for Doji. There you go. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here as always, Doji. And again, if people haven't seen some of Doji stuff, Doji does some really fabulous stuff there. So that was when we were doing that attic fan thing, and it had been 95 to 100 degrees all week long. And well, guess what? There's a reason we were installing an attic fan. And they would only allow us up there again for about 15 minutes at a crack. And when we would, again, they had the power off in at least that area of the house, so it was like 80 something degrees when we came down from the attic, and our lips turned blue, and we were shivering, which freaked everybody out because they were sweating. They were sweating like dogs. And they were like, "Why are you guys turning blue?" And it's like, because it's 50 degrees colder here. Nice to see you there, Lubo. And nice to hear you, Ugly. How you doing? And hope people are doing okay. Now we need to, again, here, let's get some more of our cannot work established down here. Again, I had to kind of chill out and wait for all this stuff to set, and now it's set, so now I can really kind of go in here and really work in some of our not work there. Glad that you're doing good there, Ugly. We need a smidge of light here. Let me also get that on the buckle here. A little bit more. Yeah, there we go, on the belt. And now this buckle tool gonna catch some lights. Like there, there, and there. Also over there. Let me hit this one. A little more on this fold over here. Or undulation. So yeah, they actually had a timer there, and they would only let us up there for so long. That timer would go off, and they would say, "Get back down here." And of course, it was a stifling 137 because, well, it was in an attic and there was no circulation. It was a wee bit stuffy up there. Let me do this now. So see you later, Doji. See you later. I guess no bakery run today, Doji. It's been a little while since I had a bakery run. I probably should have got bakery type stuff here. Well, technically, I did do a bakery run. I technically did do one. I forgot all about. Thanks for reminding me there, Doji. I forgot all about. I actually did do one. The autocorrect monster didn't forget about that. Not at all. So thanks again for being here, Doji. Appreciate that. Whoops, I gotta scroll back this way now. 1 second. There we go. So Lou, yeah, really can't read too much into the game against Turkey at all. Because I mean, I think it was Bosnia or bust. I think they were gonna, no matter what they did, they were either gonna play Bosnia or Bosnia. So that didn't really matter. They were resting some players now. Like Armored Wolf and I were talking, we shall see if they're able to avoid. Because I'm sure what Bosnia is going to try and do is just kind of muck up the thing, slow everything down, try to maximize whatever set piece opportunities they've got, right, Recoil? So Recoil, believe this. How often have we talked about it, Recoil? If the doggies had not dogged on their percentage there, they would be in fourth. They could potentially have been ahead of Geelong. But because of all those Catastrophic losses there. They're actually like at seventh. Now they have the bye this week. Recoil. Actually, I guess Sydney lost. Now if Frio wins, that would knock. Let's see. That would knock Paintwater Somalia. How you doing there, Paintwater? Now Paintwater, were you working on more of the Muma kill there? Were you working on some Oliphants? Everybody, please give Paintwater Somalia a follow. So looky here, Paintwater. We got more of our fabulous Cyber Arthurians here. This is we call it Nasty Merlin. Here's Nice Merlin, or Naughty Merlin and Nice Merlin. There you go. If it's Christmas time, it's kind of wild that the cloaks are almost the same until you get to here. So yeah, there's that. You might have even seen this one already, but this is the new one. 2 hours 11 minutes ago. Guess what? It had no paint. I know you're shocked. Paintwater, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there too? Share some stuffs in the chat. Yesterday, or last stream, we painted this here, which is really fun because we'll line this up the right way. Ah, look at that. Then this never gets old, Recoil. This never gets old. Absolutely loving this. Oh, speaking of which, Recoil, check this out. I think I've been showing that. I don't know if you saw this yet, but we've got the official versions here. Look at that. So there's the official version of that same Triton class, but we've got, here's some of our other ones. There's the Tautatis. We're going to paint that in a few squadron colors. There's the Mastiff, the Argus. There's the Hellhound, and there's there we go. There's your kind of Valkyrie type, your SR-71. That's the Spectre, and of course we also now have the very first of our Seri Republic busts here that we're working on. So again, Paintwater, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go ahead. And of course, we've also been showing this. This has been fun. We did a little different thing here with our water effects. So we used UV curing resin to make these splashies here, and that really worked well because they're super strong, and it was very fast to make these. So I had a blast making these things. Yeah, Rico, very jazzed about that. Let me get back to it. Did not work here. So again, Smiley, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat. And again, I'm guessing that you were working on the Oliphants. You had 6 of them, right? Paintwater? Or was it more than 6? Some of them were, what do we want to say, a little worse for wear when you got them? And you've been working real hard to get those back into fighting shape, so to speak. Here's hoping that hasn't been too hard. I think there was one of, I forget what you said. There was one of them that was in really rough shape. Yeah, surface tension. I don't know if you saw the tutorial video. Not sure if you've seen that, but actually that was all part of a tutorial series. Thank you so much, Kyle. We appreciate that. Yeah. See, I just maybe this guy wants to fight the Balrog. Nah, I'll take a pass. Besides, that's your universe, not mine. It's like, so what, you don't have a Balrog in your universe? Like, dude, we got dragons, like actual dragons. It's like, well, we got one too. I think you killed him. No, it wasn't me. It's that other guy from Dale. All right, we're gonna see if we can get ourselves that Gandalf 6 here. We've been trying. Let's see if Cowie can get that Gandalf. That was close. That was very close to the Gandalf 6 right there. The nice thing about it, surface tension. Now, what you want to do is make a bunch of them. And remember how I was talking about getting that molding compound? Well, that just never showed up. So I actually used the map, the little map that came with the set. So yeah, surface tension. If you check out the, oh, I don't think Never mind. I haven't posted that to Instagram yet. I'll be doing that probably tomorrow. Everybody, check out. Speaking of which, check out the Instagram link that Paintwater Somalia just shared. Go do that. You can use surface. You can try to use just a flat mat, but it doesn't give you the same stuff. You want to make various sizes though. Make big ones, make small ones. And again, I did a whole tutorial video on that on the Patreon page. And then I put the heavy gloss gel on top of it, surface tension to kind of fill in like the really small ones. You could also, if you wanted to, I'm sure you could tint the resin. I did not do that. I just left it as is. So again, everybody please check out what Paintwater Sommelier just shared. There we go. Get a couple more little lights going on that. Back in here. No, that should be more orangey. Not quite so. Yeah, something more like this here. Something more like that. This should probably... Oh, that's right. I think we had the raid just as we were about to hit this here. So let's get that going. And also on his arm here. We did this on, again, the other side. We got to do that now on this side. Come on. No, that didn't quite get there. So again, everybody please check out what Paintwater Sommelier just shared. Give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. Little touch of our light there. Maybe some of it on the fringe. Oh, fast matte white. Well, geez, look at this candle. It's almost cinco dos. It's getting to be almost that time. Here's some of our fast matte white. I know it's a little bit early there. Well, good luck battling the squirrels there. Surface tension, or the bio drones as we call them. Because they're not really squirrels, we know that. They are just their secret spies communicating by their hidden palantir that they, people call them acorns. We know better, right? Surface tension. Those acorn are actually tiny palantir that they use as spy satellites, but on the ground. Yes, indeed. Beware. Beware the squirrels. Beware the bio drones. They're not really, at least not in Welshlandia, those are not squirrels. Just like their Canada geese are not Canada geese. Touch more of our lightest light over there again on the metals. Now to the oculus and the eyes we go. Because that, well, that was a little more than we needed there. We wanted a little bit, not a lot. That's okay. That's alright. A bit more on the mustachio there. Couple of hits on his beard too. I mean, it is supposed to be a white beard-ish. Do a little backtrack here. Come on, there we go. A little touch of our light on this. Back to maybe something more orangey. Yeah, even that looks pretty darn light. That's just that's barely a middle tone. That's more like it's basically a middle tone, not a highlight. But we established our dark really well in that area. So it kind of gives us that effect. So again, Paintwater, thank you so much for the rate, like always. I don't know if you have to get on with the rest of the day. And again, this is all part of our Cybertheria universe here. We've been working on, again, the corrupted characters, the non-corrupted characters. We will be painting another one of these on the next stream later today. Yep, another one of these corrupted characters. We've already done Lancelot. I mean, well, we already did Mordred. We did Nimue very recently. So a little bit of Milliput on the dreaded Oliphants there, Paintwater. Get that. Yep, a little bit darker orange in there. Now maybe a little bit of texturizing over here. I've been sticking my hand on that. That's why I haven't really been doing a whole bunch on that. But I think now we can. I think we can do that now. I'm going to take some of that orange, some of the floral orange. Get these comboed together here. There we are. So again, we're going to try and get some of that texture. But now over here, had to wait a little bit. Don't be hasty, hobbitses, right, Paintwater? Oh, Paintwater, you haven't had a chance to see this here. I finally was able to get this sculpt down the way I wanted it to be. We finally have Gummy Sauron. There he is, because the cloak was way too thin. I mean, this is massively thicker. But yeah, there's Gummy Sauron. There he is. Yeah, I thought I saw that in your Instagram picture there, Paintwater. I think that must be that same Oliphant, right? I wasn't sure. Were you gonna do all the ropes on him there, Paintwater? Uh, and I'm guessing now. I'm pretty sure you're doing sigils on all of them, right? Because it's kind of you almost have to do the sigils on them, otherwise they're gonna be running away. So again, everybody please give Paintwater Smollier a follow. And I think Camden might have done the Cinco Dos. We did just have our Cinco Dos. That is 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds. Now again, it's not going to be down over here, because that's in shadow there. But been waiting a little bit to get to my orangey stuff over here on this part. Yeah, because I've just, I don't know, Paintwater, it lends. I know it makes it a little bit difficult to get to all the archers on in the howdah. But boy, oh boy, it really does make it look very much more like the movie ones, right? If you got the ropes and everything. And that's not just across the tusks either. Yeah, Paintwater. I do actually have one. Well, it's mostly painted. It was an eBay rescue Mumak. Ironically enough, that was when I was painting that right around almost a year ago. At this point, about 13 months ago. Again, a little bit more of this, and then we'll go even lighter to kind of get some of the final texture on this here. Let's start thinking about something lighter. Where's my Indian yellow? Let's see what we got here. There we go. Yeah, Paintwater. Do I have my... No, I don't have my Golden King of Abrakan figure here, but I really had fun making that figure and painting him up. Absolutely love that. Let me do this one. There we are. I still have this out here, though. Speaking of howdahs, right there. And I still want to print this out in 28 millimeter there, paint water. I think we were kind of calculating it would be as many as maybe 9 or 10 pieces of FDM. And then, well, the fancier, like the smaller howdahs, the stuff with more detail, that would be probably done in resin. Probably like maybe the prow of the ship might also be done in resin, depends on how big that would be. Now we're getting somewhere here with our texture on this. Maybe holding this away. Yeah. I need me some texture right in here because it kind of sneaks through all the shadow of the areas that block the light, sneaking through here. Is nice. Some more here. And there we go. A little bit on that edge now. We can still, I think, a teensy bit lighter, kind of on the very edge here of our cloak. And for Corrupted Merlin, and of course, this is all part of our Cybertheria board game. And again, none of these, they're not robots or androids or something like that. They only exist in cyberspace, so there's no corporeal being or anything like that. These are just representations of them. And of course, all the player characters, they're trying to restore the Grail code, whereas Mordred tries to fracture it. There's a quick little peek at Mordred and Morgan Le Fay. And again, they're trying to corrupt the Grail code, and he does that by essentially multiplying the truth. Everybody thinks that they're right, and that's how he sows a fracture. And each of the characters, some of them are more prone to corruption. That would be Morgan Le Fay the most, then Lancelot. Merlin and Nimue are kind of like in between. The least corruptible, Arthur, of course, and also Galahad. Of course, the consequences of them becoming fractured and succumbing to the predations of Mordred, those results are not great for the player characters. I'll just throw that out there. I have been working on basically, okay, what if you don't have enough people to do all of the characters or whatever? I've been doing basically kind of a 3D6 system that would take on the role of a character not actually being played. I'm glad you got yourself another good print there, Grant Oracle. We'll see what happens. I think about 8 o'clock this morning is when the next Seri Republic sculpt is supposed to be finished. I think somewhere like 8:30-ish or whatever. So that's another 6 or so hours from now. I might actually go check on that in a little bit here. I think all the other prints are done because I'm just making more of the very small ships. Again, so that on our Monday stream, because what I wanted to do was be able to paint a couple of different squadrons. I thought that'd be super fun if we could see at least 2 different squadrons of our fighters, maybe 3. I might have sent you that squadron page. So congratulations on getting that done there, AD. AD, why don't you share? Why don't you share the fabulous link to that? Again, that was a really amazing job there, AD. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. Now, hopefully, AD, you'll also be able to, now that that is out of the way, I guess that's the other thing, too, is having that out of the way means you can kind of do some other stuff, like, well, maybe commission things or something. So again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. No, we don't need to do any light in there. We'll leave that portion alone. Touch of our light down there. Now let me do a little bit here. Yep, we're gonna do some more edges on our cannot work down here. Yeah, let me get the other brush for that. Everybody check out the Instagram link that AD Creations just shared. Everybody give AD Creations a follow. Do that too. So yeah, AD, that had to feel good to get that done in time, and then also it. I hope it kind of turned out the way you were wanting it to. I know everything's kind of a triple-edged sword, right? AD, that would be nice, but that also then means other things too. So here's hoping everything can be worked out. Get some lighter stuff here. Is nice that away. Ah, almost forgot that. Let's retreat a little bit to less of a bright orange for over here. Again, and then kind of cast a little bit of shadow, little bit of a shadow there. I know AD, like I was talking about with the blue undertones in there. I do think it kind of carries that effect, but also it also means it's an interesting skin tone to AD. So not just it's obviously you want to carry the moonlight effect, but you also kind of want to have an interesting skin tone as well. And I think it managed to do that. What are we going to get out of that? I have no idea what kind of funky gray we're going to get out of this here. It's a warmer one. We need to do a little bit more now in our cannot work here. Let me just grab some of this. Oh, that's right. We do have our fast mat weight out here. But we'll worry about that in a bit. We'll worry about that in a second. Let me just hit this here. Let me get some of this going. So this is the corrupted or fractured version of Cyber Merlin here. We'll show the regular version of him. So there's regular Merlin, and there is again the fractured version. We also have the board game characters or board game versions of them all painted up. So again, those are for the board game right there. And of course, last night we did move out of the way there, Merlin. There we go. We did this again. That is our Triton class transport. Here is the miniature version. It is super fun to do this. There we go. Like I said earlier, right, Rico? That never gets old doing something like that. That's hilarious. And of course, again, Monday we painted the first of our TerraForce ships. And then we'll get into again all the smaller battlecraft on our next Monday, Armada Monday stream. And now that we've got all of the, well, maybe not all of, but we have a huge portion of all the board game pieces and parts painted up, then I can finally start to do some testing on that. All those charts I was just talking about, do they really work? it usually goes that the charts that you think might need the most changes are the ones that you change the least. The ones that you thought were the ones that were rock solid or just didn't really think too much about, those are the ones that might take the most work or the most adjustment. Yeah, so Recoil, I'm starting to work on the Jolderin Empire theme song. Well, it's really more of a spoken word piece. It basically kind of tells you the origin story of the Jolderin Empire. That's it's really fun because again, getting some really good images. It's just a bummer about the limitations on the grok, right? With the animations, it will take far longer to do the animations as a result. But at least the images looking really, really good. I'm going to be able to get some nice miniatures too. I'm really, really curious to see how that one is working again. In about 6.5 hours or so, that print should be done. Really hoping that it worked out. There are some there are some drums, Recoil. There are definitely some drums. Also, too, Recoil, I have to start making the CDs of Buck Polaris there. I have all of the stuff to make those, so I think that it'd be hilarious to actually just have one of those in my hand. Of course, well, we'll be bringing those to Adepticon. Now we're gonna get a little bit of the lighter cannot work core in there, and then also some a little bit lighter stuff on the boot, and then I'm gonna start getting some lighter stuff on our base network because we kind of did that over here. Let's start working this over here. Let's do this. Here we go. Let's back to this kind of a warm-ish light gray. Overs and unders, unders and overs. Over we go. Then an under. Another under, another under. Then an over. Another over. Over and over again. With some more overs, a couple unders. And no, we're not betting on World Cup odds there. We'll see again how that game plays out. That was Wednesday, I think. Armored Wolf is first knockout game there for the U.S. Carry that over here. More on these guys. Up and over. Oh, that's the other reason why I gotta have these. I want to have all the corrupted ones painted because I need these for the Mordred video. That's why I'm like, there was the reason we're talking about photography. All that. Yes, I need them for the Mordred video. Because at first it was really mostly just going to be about Mordred, and then I realized no, that's a way to introduce all of the corrupted versions of the characters. So we should have everybody. Yeah, Recoil, if it had the bongos in there, it would be the hipster version of the Jolderin Empire there, I guess. Yeah, well, beatniks, I think that's what they used to call them. Way, way, way back in the day. Okay. Not so sure about going. Let's try some darker stuff. Maybe for our some of the texturizing of the cloth in our shadow areas here. Yeah, that's better. Is nice. Same here and all along here. We're gonna be doing a lot of this. We're doing lots of this here again. Try to get the texture here in our shadow areas. Yeah, there. A bit more here. Like so. Definitely up here on on the hood there. Catch a little more dark over there too. Okay. Make that back. Touch more here. Yep, is nice. There. Doing this now. Again, dark in the crevices here. Yeah, that would be a. Didn't he do some? Speaking of spoken word, right, Rico? Doesn't he have some spoken word albums out there? I think that he does. Okay. More dark down in here. Well, too much there. Oh, looky here. We got one of these. We got one of these, and we're just gonna take the edge off, so to speak. Just doing this. We're not doing this. That's just going to smear it. We're doing this. We're doing this tapping motion. That is getting rid of some of the excess paint. Down in here too. We did do the weathering powders down here. If you're wondering why we got that kind of dusty look there, well, we were using some dust down there. Yep. Who would have thought the dusty stuff makes it look like dust? Never would have thought that in a million years. Where'd that thing go? Here it is. So again, we just got, see a bunch of old little dots there. Now we are going to take those, smush them, spread them around. Didn't take away all the texture, but it doesn't look like I just hit it with a bunch of black dots now, does it? Same deal over there. See that? Leave some of the texture behind. That's how we've been doing some of the stuffs up here too. Camden, I mean, it's fabulous, right? Because then you don't have to do any of that after the fact spraying or sealing or anything like that, which just destroys every single time I tried doing that. It just destroys the effect that you get with the powders. And that's always kind of the conundrum or so of using the powders. is if you try and seal them, you might end up just toasting everything and wiping out all the nifty effects you worked so hard to get in the first place. Come on. Oh yeah, there we are. Now we're getting that truck that we need right over there, and now up here too. So where'd that brushy go? Here it is. So I mean, you can almost count the individual dots there. Well, until we do this, texture remains, but not just like funky dots there. No more funky dots. But still, we spot a texture there. And again, that's the fabulous thing that you can do with the oils there, right? Because even though some of this stuff was painted quite some time ago, as in maybe a couple of hours ago, 2.5 hours ago, it's still wet enough to do some things with, do some blendings like we just did. Super fun. Yeah. Now here we got to get ourselves. Yeah, something like this here. Maybe a little lighter. It's getting kind of light there. It's getting a little bit light. So now we're starting to close in on hour number 3 here of our Cyber Merlin. Get one of our Cyberthuria characters. And basically his role is sort of again, he puts these ward protections, especially on certain nodes and relays. Same thing in like Nimue, Galahad. They all kind of have certain relays that they can do where others can't do anything. Like the Grail nodes, only Galahad and Arthur can directly affect those. Well, and Mordred, of course. Nimue has kind of precedence over some of the other types of nodes, and not so much the relays. Guinevere, of course, is a kind of a resource distributor. So Guinevere, if you're kind of running short of actions or whatever, Guinevere can say, okay, if you really need to do that, Guinevere can assist there and make that happen. And like we were saying earlier again, Lancelot, he's can be a little bit of a loose cannon. He's the Boromir of the group. He's the one that can kind of, again, fall to the predations of Mordred the easiest of all of your Grail Knights. Of course, Morgan Le Fay is the easiest, being, well, Morgan Le Fay. You know what? That should be a little bit later there. Yeah, something like that. I think what we'll try to have recoil is, that the presentation that we do for the for Compass Rose stuff. I might try to create a like a little slideshow. Little slideshow might also help people kind of get a chance to understand what it's all about. Because that actually, and that's something we could play during our when I go off to check on prints and stuff. I think that might have to be a little bit later on the upper side of that there. Again, that's where the ambient light would reach. And it's wild to see just how similar this looks now to the... Here, let's break him out. A tale of two Merlins. They look, well, quite different from this away, but when you have them this away, all of a sudden, look at a whole lot similar. Yep. I also gonna get all this out of the. Sure, do we still? Yes, we still have our fast mat way down over here. So that's basically straight up to do the most intense of our light in here. To make that look nice and toasty, nice and bright. Toasty, toasty. Make sure that there we are. I might start a teensy bit of this in the oculus there. And that eye. A teensy bit more on that one. Couple of lights on the hair too. Might get this a yellow here. Right underneath this, let me lighten up some of the stuff on our knotwork. At least I was able to finally run to the store today. Recoil. So for the first time in a while, we'll have some asparaguses. Finally getting some asparagus again. Let me do this here. And what was there wasn't much left of the meat. Really wiped out at most. There's only 3 pieces that left. That went into the freezer. There's an asparagus there, Camda. It's a good thing I didn't try the experiment of planting those with hostas, because apparently it was like the opposite. The hostas and the asparagus are actually mortal enemies. Yeah, they're not buddies. They wouldn't like being together. So we'll have to find another part of the garden, or we just like take over the neighbor's yard. It's just like, here, you guys all need to be eating asparagus anyway, so let's just we're gonna tear out your front lawn and we'll just put asparagus there. They might say, well, what about the time of year when there's not asparagus growing there? But again, those are minor concerns. I'm gonna get me some of this orange down in here on the non-knotwork practice. We need a little more thinner in that too. I guess we need some more. Yeah, there, do that. It's getting a little too late, but that's what these guys are for. Look at this here. We'll just take that orange and just mix that stuff up like we do. More orange here. Let me chuck a little bit of you down there too. Getting some of these on the over parts of our knotwork here. just like so. Maybe a couple on these guys. What is happening here with this? Yeah, needs some orange too. Along these edges. More. Maybe a little orange shoe over there. Yeah. Ah. Couple edges here might need, again, some of our lighter orange in there. And now it looks even more, again, like our board game figure there. Yeah, let's bring this a little further here on our stone. Like that. Touch more on the inside of the boot there. Yeah. Yeah, let's do this now. There we are. I mean, it's not much. Doesn't have to be a ton. Might actually even get here some little backfill there. This part kind of directly underneath our magnificent source light there. Let me take that yellow and some of the pure orange. And again, we didn't use the Williamsburg Indian yellow. Just going with the Alkyd version this time around, because again we need this to be dry a bit quicker. One of the slowest drying colors would happen to be Williamsburg Indian yellow. Just how that goes. I'm thinking this should be giving us a little bit of a tint here. It's okay, slightly darker. That's not really the main thing. Just trying to tint that a little bit away from the white, more towards the yellow, which it looks like it's doing. Yeah. Get Indian yellow. Yes, it's a bright coat. Usually something like a yellow in the oil paint means very opaque. Well, oil colors, you can have some really, really translucent stuff, and that would be Indian yellow. You do not have to have a whole bunch of thinner in there to have it be a glaze. You can just brush it on there. It is so translucent, it's basically just a glaze. We call it a dry glaze because there's basically no thinner in it. We're just dry brushing the Indian yellow over the top. And it is so translucent, it looks like a glaze. But most definitely is not. So yeah, a little bit more of it right there. And now we're just about at the 3-hour mark. There was no pre-painting on this or whatever. There was a little bit of our primer painting where again, the idea is just to get some kind of color into these recesses there where you just, can't really get the brush too well. Speaking of getting the brush into a recess, we're going to try a little something here. Might even get some of the orange on that. That's the pure orange. Again, that's one of the heavy hitters. And by heavy hitters, I mean heavy hitters on your wall. It's a Series 7 Williamsburg. That means it's going to be pricey. As in, very pricey. but it does stuff. There's no other color that does stuff that it can. Yeah, Cam, I know that Nerifel just wanted that to work out. It is a funky one, though. It is definitely unusual. It's hard to quantify. Is it an opaque? Is it translucent? It's kind of both, and that's really weird. That is a super rare thing. Hence the Series 7 price tag, because it does stuff again that other ones can't. Like much like the Perline Crimson, right, Camda? Not everything registers on the infrared spectrum quite the way that one does. I wonder if this does too, Cam, in some way, maybe on the infrared also. It's hilarious though that the first time I ever used this camera was actually to do a skin tone video, because when you mix it with something like either the Naples yellow or especially something like white, it becomes more like a skin tone, not so orange. Yeah, we need to sneak a little more orange. Just looking at, I mean, you can see how it kind of lines up right there. So we needed to get a little bit of the orange inside the wood there, but not there, because again, that's shadow. Now, there is nice. That needs to be softened up a bit. And now we need to also, might even need to throw some of our no, here, let's get a little bit of the orange on this part of the cloak here. We did some of the kind of darker orange. We need a little bit of our light reach in there. Not a ton. Again, just a little suggestion, like the light is sneaking through there, right, and hitting that. So 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 51 seconds ago, we took our fabulous pure orange, some of the fluorescent orange. Now we're using the opera colors from Paul Rubens to do the fluorescence. Now I didn't bother getting another set of those on Prime Day. I don't even know if those were on the Prime sale, but it did. Again, that's I think that's showing up tomorrow, actually, Camda, or either tomorrow or Sunday. The new batch of Paul Rubens. It's just some of the tubes are kind of the worst for wear because they've seen a lot of use. You know what? I'm gonna get me a little bit more of the lighter orange stuff over on this side. Cam, if you want to share some of your oil paint stuff there, it's been a little while. I think it was very early in the stream you shared that. If you want to share that again. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. Now Camda, hopefully, if you're gonna do the streamy thing today, maybe I'll have a chance to dive in on some of that, because I got a lot of I'm gonna be trying to work on more miniatures. Also trying to get like a little presentation together, a couple of those, and lots of images for other spoken word video type things. Again, that kind of hash out the rest of our Compass Rose universe. Let me get some orangey stuff in here around that. Okay, let me get a little more up there. There we are. That worked. Now here, as much as I want the shadowy stuff, cast by the glow here, I also got to get some lighter things. Let me try to lighten that up a touch more. Let me see what this will do here. Let's see. I think we also need to get the ridge of his nose a little bit lighter here. Yep, there we. Okay, we have the tip of his nose. We somehow missed the rest of it. Not sure how that happened. Do I need to? Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I will take just a Pyrrole or Pearline Red should be enough. Pearline Crimson should be enough. Actually, Pearline Red wouldn't be too bad either. Pearline Red and Pearline Crimson, nothing at all alike. One's a much cooler color, the other one is much warmer. One is a much darker, deeper red, and the Pearline Red much lighter. It's very strange. Don't just like the Pearline Black. It's like okay, which is a dark green, which used to be a printer's ink for the longest time. Ah, the couple of this too. Some of that. I never really did that, and now again we got a couple of these here on the ends of our on the end of Merlin's staff here. We got our dark in there. Some of our red in here. Again, that's that Pearline Crimson. Really, really, really dark red. Super dark red. Now, speaking of dark, I'm going to get this. But it's not just darker. Much more of our indigo here in this shadow. So it's not just darker, it's also a much cooler color that's going to happen, boom, in here. Because that's just, again, some of that spray, some of the spray paint there just to get a little bit of color in there. So I didn't have to sit there and try and do glazes and stuff into those dark. Here's another area of dark that's going to get really hit there. Maybe this is a blending brush too. Yep, we were using this, I think, elsewhere as a blending brush. So again, I'm just going to take that, spread that around. Dark in there. You can see how the end of that brush is all dirt. We're going to do the same deal, and we're going to take this and we're just going to spread that stuff around. Now, the other thing to do is use your flashlight. I think we need a little touch of our orange on the end of you. Let's do that here. Just going to get that off of that brush. Now let's use this for our... No, not that one. We got one that's a little less destroyed here. Yeah, these are the One Happy Choice brushes, of course. I think it's a batch of... Oh, that was the thing I meant to... Well, I don't think it actually was a prime sale. But yeah, I got to get me more of these One Happy Choice brushes. Come on, a bit more. There we go. Let me extend that light up a little. Maybe a touch of the orange down there. So yeah, the light is it filters through. See, it's kind of blocked here. Kind of blocked right there. Not really trying to texturize that too much. We want the texture on the cloak. We're actually going to go back there and try and probably drop in some more lighter stuff back there on some parts of that cloak. I'm just trying to soften this up a little bit, waiting on that. Yeah. Now up in here, perhaps some things will be a little bit lighter. Well, Rico, actually, oh geez, Rico, I think I need to get to the store tomorrow also to get some stuff. We have another one of those chickens that might be thawed out and ready to rock and roll. Might be a little chicken in the oven time there. Of course, don't tell the Seri Republic folks about that, right, Camja? They might not take too kindly to that. Never mention 11 herbs and spices around anybody from the Seri Republic.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Somber. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. We have infinite numbers of Gandalfs, apparently. So I got it on this guy. Yeah, he's got like he's got like a couple different glow sticks there, but he's got the same cloak. See this? Look at me here. I got like a whole different cloak. He's like, dude, that's like a white T-shirt, and uh, and you also died. Like I thought you were supposed to be immortal. He's like, yeah, well, I thought I was too. That's that's another bummer for Gandalf. Let's see if Somber can get the big Gandalf 6. I think this is attempt number 3 at the 6. Ooh, well, speaking of threes, it is half a 6, which of course, better than a 1. Yeah, recoil, I think, let's see, I might even be doing that with this. Might even do a little bit of Fraser stuff with some of it. Trying to get some of the latest stuff here on the go. And then, thanks again, Summer. Appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. And again, our stream coming up, well, essentially later today. Another one of our Cyber Theory, and I do believe it will be this right here. So again, we did the original one, right, with the very translucent cloth. This is going to be a whole different story. We got these different screens here, right, because remember, the Lady of Shalott is the mainframe. So the Lady of Shalott sees the corruption. She sees the deception, the fracture. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. Happy Saturday there, Sea Dragon. Appreciate you being here. Again, that nice little bit of texture there. Nice little bit of texture there. Now let's get a little bit more of our texture here. On the cloak. Not as much over here with the laser stuff, because, well, we got that sitting right over there, don't we? Bit more of this up in here. There we go. A little more there. Yep. And then tiny touch more up here. Let's get our other Merlin out here. And you can see our two cloaks looking mighty similar despite the differences from Naughty Merlin and Nice Merlin. Right there again, that's a tale of two source lightings there. Oh, and by the way, speaking of Lady of Shalott, there's the bust version. We also did there it is. Here's our bas relief version. Right there. Back to, there it is. Like, where'd that brush go? Do I want to, let me try and throw in a little bit of darker, warm dark here. That kind of little wacky there. So Sea Dragon, hopefully you've had a chance to do some painting as well over the last few weeks here. I wonder if I can sneak in a little bit of dark there. Looks like we can. Now back to our red here. That's again that pearling crimson. Trying to divide up the oculus. There we go. Now we got a little more division in the oculus. There it is. Some of that up here. Let me see if we cannot get a little tiny suggestion of some texture up here via the darks, not just the lighter stuff. Let's try and do that via some dark. Maybe take a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown, mix it with that Pearline Crimson. Again, 3 hours, 15 minutes ago, we were just getting underway. We started out with the usual kind of lighter dry brush type stuff to really establish the source lighting. We did lighter dry brush stuff over here, but with the cooler and dingier colors. And then we went in with our darker glaze stuff, obviously over here, a heavy concentration of the Pearline Crimson. Over here, kind of a combination of some indigo, some Van Dyke Brown, some black. Tap, tap, tap. Take Mr. Blending Brush here. And once again, do that tap in motion. None of this here. All it's going to do is just smear stuff. That also preserves a little bit of the texture. Still got some of that texture left behind. Mostly, that's almost entirely indigo right there. So it's going to essentially have like a dark, real dark, bluish gray look. And again, down here, we got the weathering powders happening over there. I'm going to use this to kind of redefine a little bit of our some of our knot work here that doesn't have the source lighting on it. That's a whole bunch, too much of the thinner there. There we go. So again, here we're going to separate that over and under just like that one. Might do a smidge of that here. Let me try some of that right here. Underside. Define the over. We've got, I think, maybe we'll try this darker stuff first. If we need to go more towards the mid-tone, we will. I think we're all right there. Let's do the opposite here. Let's do that. This is certainly a whole bunch of overs and unders that could get cleaned up like that. As that's coming out, I think I'm just gonna still use this gray, our warmer gray, not gonna use the source like color down here. I think we'll stay away from that. Might try to lighten this up a little bit more. Well, light middle tone, that's what's gonna be happening here. To the dark we go. Yeah, this, I think, yeah, we need some more definition in here. Maybe even on that boot. We'll throw a little bit of this in here. Throw that in. I'm gonna go back to this light middle tone gray. Again, to bring out some of these parts of the knotwork that cross over other parts of the knotwork or network. Here's another case. Let me take that much lighter coat. Yeah, okay. There we go. How you doing there, Helgrat? Everybody please give Helgrat if you want to share something in the chat. So Helgrat, appreciate you being here, of course. Well, looky there, Camden. We're not too far away from a Cinco Trace. We're getting there. We're closing in on it. Only about 13 minutes away. Still too much of a glob there. Now, of course, now it is been 3.5 hours. So uh, some of our alkyd stuff, well, that begins to set a little bit. It's not dry. Think of it like green stuff where it's not fully cured, but you could probably still smush your finger in there and do something bad to it, but you can't really sculpt it. Again, with these oils here, we could still work these. Right, they're not dry yet, but it can be just a little bit easier to work your other colors on top of and around it. You know what? These folds right there might just gonna be picking up some of this light coming this way. Also, too, on his arm, we never really were able to establish, and even this is nowhere near our latest light. But if that's metal and that is shiny, it should have a little bit more glint to it, more so than, say, the hair or the cloth. No doubt about that. Let me see if we can't lighten up. Just not work over here. This is sitting right underneath where the source light is. Let's make that a little bit lighter too. I mean, it's pretty much the closest thing to it. Also that and some there. Some of this stuff under here is, well, in shadow cast this way. Let me try to work it. I think we've been trying to put some of this light here on this part of the cloak. No, okay. I mean, again, I kind of had to let this stuff have a chance to set. I think the last time we were working in that area was about 20-ish minutes ago. If I tried doing this about 20-25 minutes ago, that wouldn't have gone so easy. That would have been persnickety. Persnickety is a no bueno. Nice little sharp edge. Couple places here on the brazier, or the bracer, sorry. It's like a handheld brazier right there. This, I'm looking over at our other Merlin here, and I'm contemplating. I might do a little bit darker here. Maybe, I think we did use this red. Maybe we even throw a little bit of the Pearline Crimson. Let me try this first though. See what happens here. We'll have to do a contrast is more than just light versus dark for sure, right? Recoil after our Book of Wapple there. I'm just going to get that little bit of the darker kind of orangey red locked in. And of course, get several things that we kind of cover in every stream, but especially in this one here as far as Book of Wapple stuff goes. So, Book of Wapple, right? Well, things were super messy when we started out. I mean, they couldn't have been more messy. And of course, oils, you can thin those, but unlike acrylics, you thin acrylics, they kind of turn almost like a grayish type thing, right? With the oils, you thin them down, doesn't matter if it's white or if it's a light yellow. If it's opaque, it's still that color. Now, this is what we're talking about here. This contrast is more than light versus dark. And we can kind of illustrate that here super quick like. Let me get down here. Now we're going to do a little bit of what we call a film noir. This might be the... Let's do this side right here. Okay, yeah, that's the way to go. If we take away all the color, I mean, it vaguely looks like there's a little bit of source lighting, but I mean, you can't really tell. At least it's, I mean, that just looks like a base. Yeah, ooh, let's hold it this way. Let's bring back that color here again. You start to see the brighter, more intense, the warmer colors. Those are really starting to come at you. So all of a sudden that looks like you got the orange glow on the base, whether before it just looked like a base. So see you later, Inkanis. If you want to share some stuff one more time, share that Instagram link in the chat there. Everybody, please check out all the fabulous stuff that Ngane is going to share. And thanks for being here, Ngane. Appreciate that. Everybody there can check out the Instagram link that Ngane just shared. Now, also, again, too, like get down in here, some of these recesses here, that was actually almost like a pin line wash of white. And you would, now, if you do that with acrylics, having done that over the years, you do a pin line wash of white, it pretty much just starts to turn a dingy gray, especially depending on what's underneath it or around it, whatevs. But with the oils, it's still white, as in basically opaque white. It will cover whatever it goes on top of. Yeah, oil glazes, they do not work like acrylic. Opaque colors are opaque colors, and that's it. Fortunately, there's plenty of transparent oil colors. You can definitely get some chalk. You can get some chalk in that, right? Right, Camda. Oh, and of course, recoil. Here's hoping that all the sticker ideas, all that kind of stuff, the base, all the basing ideas there work out. There will probably be some surprise modifications along the way. Just think like, man, I didn't really think I was gonna have to modify it that way, but sometimes it just works out that way, right? Recoil. Let me take. Wow, that was more than I wanted on that one knuckle joint there. I'm going to come back with Pearline Crimson. Shave away a little bit of that. Now we'll leave that alone. We'll leave that alone. I'm going to push this back here, and now this could definitely use a little. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's I've seen stuff that's supposed to be like for grass tufts, right? Recoil stuff that's supposed to be flexible and not being all that flexible. So I'm not quite sure what really constitutes a flexible glue. Now this is now this is super translucent. This is not any kind of a glaze here. For all intents and purposes, I'm just kind of dry brushing this over. Again, some of the glowy things here. Around the eyes. Pushed it up further over his cheek. There we go. Do I want to get maybe we take this a bit of orange here. So that can, yeah, okay, that's going to delineate, that is maybe more of, again, a shadow side there. Just 4 minutes away now, Camda. 4 minutes away from Cinco Trace. I think we've done we've done all the Cincos so far. And again, if I eat too much of the asparagus, there might be a little bit of stinkos there too. Let's do more of my lighter orangey stuff. That's too yellow. Let's go more orange with that. That's I think that's a if that's an autocorrect, like I think it is, that's a very unusual autocorrect right there. That is not one that I would have expected. Trying to fill out the rest of the network here. Okay. Now we want to make sure we get that almost again like a cast shadow from that belt or whatever. Now there we go. We're gonna kind of smooth some of this stuff out here. So definitely take a gander. I thought for a second it was look-see because that's I've definitely used that one a few times. I'm gonna go have a look-see at that. Which you would almost think that's an Aussie kind of thing, right, Rico? Because instead of just saying look at it, we're gonna say look see. It's like, well, that's not really abbreviating anything.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
And so says Sir Paul. Is Sir Paul also part of our Grail Knights? What do we have? Our other? Yeah, we'll use. There's there's the first of our. That was our test gummy Gandalf right there. That's not the official one. That was the test gummy Gandalf right there. Now we're gonna have a. I think this is roll number 4. We gotta get ourselves a 6 at some point. Can Sir Paul create this? Oh, it was a 6, then it hit something and it rolled back to a 5, which is still a very formidable roll. So thank you so much, Sir Paul. Appreciate that. Again, we've not only have we been doing the regular figures, but we've also been doing the bust. So there's the fallen / corrupted version of Lancelot, and there is the regular version of Lancelot there. And again, very much that kind of the dragony theme, even more so on the corrupted version of him there. So thank you so much for the follow, Sir Paul. Now, do I want? Yeah, let me try to sneak in a little bit of right in here. See a couple of those folds. I will take Perline Cram. I ended up using a decent amount of this. Oh, we're just like 20 seconds away there, Camda. I just looked up and I went, oh, did we miss it? Nope, it's just a few seconds away. We are going to get ourselves dark in there. Also here and now in these folds. Let me see. There we go. Yep. So there it is. Fabulous. Cinco Tres. 3 hours, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. We didn't miss any of them tonight there, Camden. We got them all. There we go. That should probably be darker. A little definition in the darker portions of our network over here, and then maybe a little bit more here. Let's retreat back to the indigo here. Super dark color, but now it's a cooler dark color. I tempted to put the weathering powders on that. I might just, we won't do it on the boot. We'll just leave that. A little bit of weathering powders over here on the cloak. A few more, again, almost like a very dark bluish gray here in a few of our folds here. Also trying to get a little teensy bit O texture there. I think we've pretty much done that about as much as we can. Get a couple more hits there, and I might do a little more. Let's just go with the red, not the orange. Let's go with a red, which you could almost say this is like a cadmium red, but it's not. It's not actually cadmium red. That is the Windsor red. So that's actually an alkyd there. Windsor red. That is from Windsor Newton. Kind of a faux version of cadmium, sort of cadmium red light. There is a difference, as we found out, right, in our Arachne bas relief that we did. I do actually have the bust of that too. Yeah, see, that might just be a little bit too much. That we're gonna let that be that Windsor red now. You can see we're just got 2 fingers on this, and we're just doing it very much a real gentle brush stroke there, super gentle. Yeah, kinda. Of course, when you're printing stuff at 75 mil like this, you can sort of I don't want to say get away with murder, but you can do a little. It gives you a little more flexibility with certain types of details that maybe, well, they would be an absolute no-no on a 28 mil fig or something. That's why. I mean, there's a little bit of the holes in this one, but they're obviously much bigger than the holes here. And the board game figure are simplified versions of our. Just been kind of calling these the showcase figs here. Now here again the hashtag no death grip on the brush either. Nowhere near that metal ferrule. Be real hard to get any paint in there. That is a definite for sure. I've seen that for sure, Camda. I guess now maybe I think we might have kind of exited the phase of the buckle golems, right, where they had 400 buckles on them. Somebody would have taken 10 people 2 hours to get all those buckles secured. Maybe a little bit less of the yellowy orange. Yeah. Let's take some of that away here now that I can kind of see how it's comparing to other places. Yeah, those crazy side stitches too, right, Camda? I mean, that's just now, of course, our Cyber 3 characters here, they will have certain digital elements to them, but not tons of buckles, not a lot. Let me see if I can't. I think you can see what I'm trying. Just catching the front edge of some of these little kind of flagstone type things here. Just catching the front edge. Yeah. Oh yeah. This definitely should get some when. But as soon as it gets down to here, that's essentially in shadow. So no more. None back there. What that kind of does, see how it's helping to create a shadow also too. You notice that shadow area there. It's not just darker, but it's also kind of grayish, dingy look to it. That's that color contrast game, saturation contrast game that we're playing all the time. Wow, that was we had a decent amount of dark in there. That maybe it's a little bit more red, and then here this is not really a glaze. We're just kind of dry brushing that stuff over the top. That is it. Yeah, the Oculus thing. What's interesting, Camda, is that I will be redoing the Merlin sculpts with that special kind of Oculus thing that I created. Now, originally it was for the cyber version of the Morrigan, because I wanted the ravens to have their own kind of Oculus type things. And it was so much fun making the different like small cybernetic parts, like again hand, eyes, or the chest power type things. I said, oh, you know what? I made another Oculus for Merlin there. Touch more orange there. Maybe a little bit up there. Okay. I want to preserve. See, that's a little cast shadow. This casting a shadow down onto that part of the cloth there. Some more of that red right in here. And again, that's almost, it's almost a cadmium red light, but not cadmium red. It's in the neighborhood. I might try to do a little something right over here. Because we need some more of a red on that brush. There we are. That is better. I'm thinking, yeah, let me here. That's a little too dark. Let me take. I think it still is catching some of the orangey lights. Let me just try and do a little. I think you can. Oh, you can see it. I guess I do need to go a touch lighter than that. Let me see what that's gonna do. I mean, that knotwork is later anyways, so it's not like it's getting lighter orange because there's light on it. It's just because that is actually lighter than the cloak that's around it. Now maybe a little more towards the orange here. Let's try to straighten that out. This needs a little more smoothing right there. That was kind of a little rough there. I wonder, do we need any more orange tone on our knotwork here? I don't think so. I'm gonna say we're pretty good on our orange on that knotwork there. What about over here? A little bit of something. More orange than yellow because we're that, the further away we get from that light source. There's a couple little, just doing some smoothing there. There's a couple weird little funky brush strokes in there. Also, let me try this to the darker red once more. For some, almost like cast shadows here in the flagstone. Not a ton, but yeah, see that kind of, again, it creates the delusion of that light passing down because, well, you're looking and say, oh, well, there's cast shadows there. That must be kind of bright because there's a shadow being cast. Yeah, just kind of fooling, trying to fool the viewer there. To the dark we go. In here. A little more of that again. Almost like a little bit of a cast shadow there. I was looking at the regular board game version of this, and maybe we'll darken these down a bit because that makes this look definitely lighter here. So you can see how the flagstones are kind of separated there. That we're just kind of looking to do the same deal. Same deal with this. Back to that darker red once again here. Couple more hits there. Now we're not going to have a ton of object source lighting on the one we do later on today, because again, next stream is just later today. Won't be a bunch of object source lighting on that. There will be some freehand stuff with those three different screens. So definitely gonna have some fun with that one. That's what I've been looking to do for months and months and months. It's one of the first ones I did when I realized, oh, I should do the corrupted versions of these. The only reason I even thought of doing the corrupted versions of these characters is because I was working on the game mechanic, in which they became essentially corrupted, and then I was okay, what happens in the game when that happens? And then I thought, well, actually, we should probably represent that. And they turned out to make some really nifty sculpts for sure. Let me try again. I'm just going to get my reference back up here. I wanted to see. I think we've made that just about as dark as we can. A little texture in here. So you can see we're kind of doing this little tap, tap, tap kind of stuff here. All the while, guess what? That's mixing. That is all mixing as we're doing that. Couple more, yeah, some dark there again. A cast shadow. This casting the light down there. Let me get more of the red. A darker red here for some of these shadow things. There. Maybe a few little darker, then just kind of again indicate a little bit of texture or something here. I know when you first put those down, they have a little bit of shine to them. Can be a little distracting, but pretty much none of these colors will have any kind of shine to them when they dry. So your phthalo colors, sometimes some of your magentas, those can have a little bit of a shine to them, even when they dry. You can just hit them with the army painter. Well, it's not called anti-shine anymore, but you get the army painter. I think it's just called matte varnish. You get that. That should work fairly well. Again, for getting rid of that little bit of shine, you just brush it on. That's the nice part. You don't have to worry about spraying it anywhere. You just brush the stuff on. You know what? I might even. Yep, see, here's another little bit of, again, reflected light down here. And that then just leave it. Then just leave that alone. I wonder, maybe got this violet here. It kind of almost goes from something like super light to super dark. I'm gonna go try to, especially here, where maybe a little bit of light catches it. Trying to put a little mid-tone up in there. Now in here we got a whole bunch of dark stuff there. Let me, again, this is sort of a dark middle tone in here. And that's mostly just to kind of help create some of the texture here. Okay, and then a little bit more of that down in here. You can see we're again trying to create a little bit of texture there. What about this right here? You know, let me get a little something on that. That was just too solid of a dark. I mean, that is a very dark middle tone, but you can see there's a little something there. Yeah, not necessarily a tone, just a little something. And again, about 4 hours ago, the first thing we did, we like always with object source lighting, that is what we're going to establish first. We're not going to paint around it. We're not going to add it on at the end. We're going to start from the very beginning with that source lighting because, well, you can kind of make adjustments, maybe take some of it away or add more. But a lot of folks, they end up not doing the source lighting because, well, the proverbial, I don't want to ruin it. Well, if you start out with the object source lighting and you say, oh, there's either too much or it's not going the way you want, well, it can very easily get rid of it, and no harm, no foul. Well, why would you want to paint the whole miniature twice? Because that's kind of what you're doing, right? You paint the whole miniature and then put the object source lighting on afterwards. You've essentially painted the whole thing twice. If you start out with it, then it's like, okay, well, there's going to be source lighting here. You can take the little LED lights. There's a bazillion colors of them now. It used to be just kind of like 3 or 4. Now there's a bazillion colors. You shine that on your miniature. You can even take a picture of it, and they'll tell you exactly where all your source lighting needs to go. And then also, too, it kind of helps you figure out cast shadows if you want to do those. Those are really fun because well, guess what? They add to the effect. They make it more convincing if there's a cast shadow. I mean, if it's a source light, it would, much like any sunlight or whatever, also cast a shadow. Now, is this going to be... Yeah, that was as dark a middle tone as that was. It was still a little bit too light there. But I think we got it now. I think we're good to go. Let me try a little bit more of this here. Again, that's got some of our red in it. And also to some of the Payne's gray, so kind of like a very deep, dingy, sort of violet-like color. Let me roll with that. You know what? That's kind of on the brighter side here. This. Let me try this first. I'll cut that. Darken this stuff. Plus there. Take this guy here. We're just gonna do this little tappy tap stuff. Boom, there you go. Is nice. Let me take this. I think we started doing a little bit of the darker red on there. And then another little bit of cleanup on this knotwork over here. No, I guess we needed to go with the lighter stuff. Let's do that. Let me take. Looks like we still got some of it down over here. Ah, there we are. There was a wee bit of a gap there. Got those filled in now. No, I'll leave that. I am going to try and get a little bit of my light here, but that's too yellow. Going to retreat more towards the orange here. Like, if this is casting a shadow on this, why is this dark? That doesn't make any sense. We'll change that. I'm not so sure I need that much thinner on there. Maybe, let me try a little more. Thin sticks to thick and vice versa. Let's try this again. Let's just look at that going, that is mighty dark for literally casting a shadow. Okay, that makes a little more sense. It's like, why is the cast shadow not looking very cast shadowy? That's because we had a little bit of a, we're missing something. Now we've got that, and I think it's that translates much better into an edges catch a light and then casting shadow over there. Alright, hey, you know what, sometimes better late than never. Better late than never to the party. I might even, here, let's up here. Kind of lost a little bit of our nut. Let me try this again. I can refresh this brush. Now we're talking. I might need to, yeah, I'm going to do the same thing here. Going to do the same deal. Kind of like we did on that. Yeah, that would sort of still count over there. What about this? Light here, and then maybe some over there. There, let's again show the regular version of Merlin here. That is a tale of two. The cloaks again, they look pretty darn similar. And then here with the two different forms of source lighting, I'm going to do a quick, let's do a little film noir. Now that these two are, as far as their values go, you're basically the same, which means now they basically look the same. Obviously a different pose, but here, I mean, even the knotwork on the bases and stuff, you can't tell any difference between them because it is a color contrast, saturation contrast, and of course temperature contrast. Then I get back to the tale of two Merlins. And we're doing that with every single figure. I will try to eventually make bas-relief versions of these. Well, I don't, let's see, we have done a couple of busts from the, slash corrupted stage. We did the Lancelot one. I know I've got a Guinevere and Nimue. And I get most of the characters, they look really, really different in their kind of corrupted slash uh, fallen form with Merlin. I mean, his cloak, his staff, beards, that really kind of restricted just how different we could make him look. Yeah, Canada, that's we always talk about. That's one of the reasons why doing the object source light part first, then it gives you a chance to see. Okay, you look at that, you have the object source lighting there, and then you say, well, geez, I can't go any dark or lighter, right? Because now the ambient light is lighter than the source light, and then it becomes object source shading, which, well, that's not ideal, right? Right, Camden, not ideal at all. That is not quite ideal. I might here. Let me. That's a little bit dark. Again, the darker this gets here, right? The lighter portion also then gets lighter. Here, let me take the. These little bits right here. I think that makes sense. Yeah. That's a little too much of the yellow. I'm gonna try and get more of the orange in there. Yeah, there we are. Now, Camden, when you have that, it's almost like somebody sitting next to you said, "Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? That's gonna be too late." Let me see if we can't score a little bit of my right in there, and then another hit here and here. Okay. And of course, Camden, I hope that you have yourself a fabulous stream. And again, I'm going to be working for quite some time here, so might be able to join you. There's a ton of stuff to do here. Orange again there. So I do think we have that cast shadow coming down this way for sure. That definitely reads as a cast shadow. Now this is our hyper translucent between the Indian yellow and the fluorescent orange. Those are just about the two most translucent colors that we've got on this palette. What I want to do is in the eye here. There we go. And now I'm going to refresh. I'm going to refresh, try that again. Over there. Yeah, okay, there we go. So now I do think here, because it is, we've been doing this here. We got 4 hours into this. We got tons of stuff to do. Might head over to the Joker paints there, I think. Might just do that one more in comparison here to our regular Merlin right there. Let's also say hello to our newest follower. Thank you so much. I would appreciate that. So he gets 2 different color staffs. He also has 2 arms. Like I don't always have 2 arms. It's like, well, that's the Balrog. Don't blame me. Blame the Balrog. It's like, oh well. Hey, at least he doesn't have he has a glow stick, but he doesn't have a kitchen utensil. Now we've getting closer and closer and closer on this Gandalf 6. Let's see if Elwood can. We've had a couple of 5s here. Almost 2/3 of a 6 for Elwood. So thank you so much, Elwood, for that follow. So, and again, not so much object source lighting going to happen here on our next figure. This is what we'll be working on here. But all these screens are going to have, again, different scenes from our Cyber Camelot here. Maybe some freehand, probably some digital type stuff here. Again, another screen over here. So this is going to be very fun. Again, skin tone, probably more like what we see here with Lancelot. So, and we did the same kind of skin tone on our. Let's break out Nimue here real quick. Like I think you can see, yeah, you can see this on the one side of her face here. So again, kind of a skin tone, sort of like that. You'll be seeing kind of almost like this black armor as well. And again, that is what's on tap for the next stream there. So again, thank you so much, Elwood. Appreciate that. I think we'll head on over to Joker Paints here. Get this raid countdown underway. We want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. So see you later there, Camden. Again, have a lot of fun on stream. See you later there, Recoil. See you later, Landrast. If you and the guys are still hanging out. And again, our next stream is going to be this. And hoping for more like that 10:15 start there Central Time.